So went into COVID somewhat anonymous, came out quite well known, and that was a massive shock. If you thought I was anxious before, like
It's time for Gab's Doodle.
Hello, everybody. Let me check my feed. What? There we go. I'm gonna move this like it's a cape because today I'm gonna work on a superhero thing, and I think our guest will be too. Whoa, it's a cape. Hi, everybody. It's a Thursday afternoon, which means I just ran down the stairs. That's sad that I'm winded from that. But we're going to be having a lovely afternoon drawing with a superstar of the kidlit world, a fellow illustrator by the name of, and I know it's backwards, but Dapo Adeola, who's over in the UK. So he did books like Racket Says Look Up. We have also I think it's a middle grade. I think that's what they call this. The Last Mirror on the Left. We have all sorts of fun books of his that we've perused, and I'm looking forward to chatting with him. As a reminder, stuff gets posted to YouTube. I know I'm behind on that. I need to do that. Actually, tonight I'll work on posting a couple more. But everything's at Studiohoffmann, and I have mentorships going on if you need it. But let me let our guest in. I'm going to start by putting the Ask Us Anything in the comments. And so if you have any questions, I have a feed up that I can see the comments or the questions pop up, and I will ask away. So let me just pin this here real quick, and then I will let our guest in. Should just take a second here.
hello.
Hello.
Hey Mark, how you doing, buddy? All right.
I'm doing okay. I know that we literally just talked like a couple minutes ago, but how are you?
I'm cool. It's pretty hot over here. I'm not sure if you're receiving that heat wave that's going on all across your country, but we're getting a bit of a heat wave over here as well. So it's pretty hot.
What's the temp? Give me the Celsius.
Oh, it's probably not the same as yours. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull up my app quickly and check it out. So 28 degrees.
Oh yeah, that is warm then.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, and this is at 7 p.m.
Oof.
in
Okay.
the evening.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I mean
yeah.
I would assume that's our like 80s or 90s, like upper 80s or 90s, maybe even up higher than that. I'm surprised, honestly. Like I know that over in England and whatnot that it can get hot, but I always think of it as sort of a cooler country in general. But
Global warming, baby.
yeah,
Global
yeah. There
warming.
you go. There you go. The fun stuff. Yay!
Yay.
Start off
Right,
with a bang.
let's get to it. Let's get to it, man. I'm gonna put you up, turn the camera around so you can see my
Okay.
my little workspace, and
So
clamp you in.
before you start, or before I start asking questions, while you're setting that up, can you give us a little rundown of sort of, for those that don't know um, who you are and
Okay.
what you do, and sort of give us a little history?
Ooh, who am I? That is the big question. No, I'm joking. Yeah, my name is Dapo Adeola. I'm a children's book illustrator, author, and sometimes character designer. I guess, the nature of the job involves a lot of character
Yeah.
design. So yeah, character designer. Yeah, and I have been in this industry since 2019. My background, I am Nigerian heritage, both
Yep.
parents. British born, lived in the UK my entire life. And yeah, what else? What else? What else can I say?
I know that after doing some research on you, because I do that for everybody here, but I know that you started out in design.
Okay.
And sort of tell,
Yeah.
or
So the journey to
yeah,
illustration. So I've
tell
been
us a little
drawing
about that
since I
history.
was like, I've been drawing since I was like 7 years old. That's the earliest memory that I have of drawing. I probably was drawing before that, but 7 is the earliest memory, and that's me and one of my best friends, who's still my friend till today. and we used to draw our favorite levels from our favorite video games and our favorite cartoon characters. So at the time, it was Tiny Toons, the Looney Tunes,
Oh
and
yeah.
Sonic,
Okay.
Mario, Zelda. Even I was going to do some Zelda today as a tribute, but the Superman movie's out tomorrow, so I thought let me draw Superman. But yes, I've been drawing since I was about 7. I was the kid in school who could draw. You must know how that was.
Yeah.
Everyone in class turns to you whenever there's any drawing to do. Everyone turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, Dapo can do it." So that was fun. And oddly enough, I was not that successful in academia. I think I have a strong suspicion that I might be somewhere on the spectrum. I don't quite know where, but I used to really struggle to focus in school.
Mm.
And that's always a telltale sign. And I used to struggle to focus, but my school reports would read struggles to focus, but when he applies himself, he's excellent. And I
Okay.
was that kid that used to love to debate with my teachers. And it wasn't because I just wanted to sort of hear my own voice, but that's how I learned, if that makes any sense. I needed something to be thoroughly sort of beaten out for me to understand it.
When you
I needed to kind of
when
go.
you say challenge, what do you mean by challenge? Like sort of a question?
So like if question. Maybe
Yeah.
challenge is the wrong word. Challenge is a loaded word, but I used to question things a lot. I had a lot of questions. I still, till today, I'm a very curious person. So that sometimes didn't used to go down well in
Yeah.
class, and other
Yeah.
times it went down really well, depending on the teacher, because the nature of the questions were always out of curiosity, not to trip the teacher up.
Yeah.
So I cruised through what we call secondary school. I think you guys call it middle school.
Okay.
I cruised through that. And then high school was where I hit my first hurdle. So we call high school college over here. And in college was when I first hit my first hurdle, because college was the first time in education where your hand wasn't being held. You were expected to figure things out yourself. Like
Yeah.
they called it self-directed learning. And I struggled with that because, again, I was the kid that had questions. I had a lot of questions. And as a result of my struggle with that, I didn't do so well. I couldn't focus for long periods of time. I studied art and design and graphic design, and I did not do so well in either of those. If not for, the sort of grace of my graphic design teacher, I don't think I would have a career to speak of today. I mean, who knows? I might have found another way here, but he he had the intuition to sort of collect my work together. He knew I wasn't going to pass his course, but he collected my work together. He visited my he knew I wasn't going to
Yeah.
pass. He just knew. He knew. So he knew I wasn't going to pass, but he knew I was a really skilled draftsperson. So he collected my work together from my art class and his class, and he took them to some visiting lecturers from another uni, and they were visiting to recruit students onto their art course. It's called an Art Foundation course. It's a 1-year course where you get to try all sorts of different things before you pick a specialist subject to focus on.
Yeah.
And they liked my work. I remember being called into the room, and I thought I was in trouble. So you walk into this room, there's like 3 lecturers sitting at a desk, and you're just thinking, okay, what kind of trouble am I in? And they were like, we like your work. We'd like to offer you a place on our course. So yeah, I took it. And, mostly because I didn't know where else I was going to go after I finished. I thought I was just going to go back into full-time employment until something else kind of turned up. But yeah, I took it. I did the foundation course, did that for a year. That was the first time I came across things like life drawing. We did life drawing, we did fashion and textiles, we did printmaking, we did so many different things on that course, and it really opened up my view on what art practice could be.
And this was all before or after studying graphic design then?
This was after studying graphic design at high school.
Okay.
And this was like a precursor to college.
Yeah.
You guys call it college, we call it university.
Yeah.
So it was a precursor to that. And so, we did this course, and then the aim of the course was to pick a specialist subject 6 months in, focus on that, and then, should you pass that, you get access to their degree courses that they teach at the same establishment. And yeah, I picked graphic design, and graphics was pretty much the only thing that kind of made me feel like if I was, chatting up a girl at the bar and she asked me what I do and I told her graphics, she wouldn't laugh at me kind of thing. Because there was this whole stigma around being an artist, like you just
Yeah.
think, if you tell anyone you're an artist, they're just gonna laugh in your face. They're just gonna think, yeah, this dude makes no money.
Yeah.
So, graphic design was like the next best kind of cool thing that I could think of that, still allows me to draw and illustrate and make cool stuff and, wouldn't get me laughed at in a bar. So, yeah,
Now
did graphic design. And this is me with not much knowledge of any of this stuff. I was like 19 at the time, I think. I didn't really have enough knowledge of any of this stuff. So like, I think kids today have a lot more information available to them about what a thing looks like. Back then, and I'm showing my age here, I don't think there was enough information around the arts specifically.
Yeah.
So yeah, I took on the graphic design course, and in my classroom, I then again became that kid that was drawing all the time, like all the time. And that was interesting because I thought I'd kind of escaped that, but no. Was that kid that was drawing all the time. And I don't know, it was the course itself was it was fun. We did a lot of what did we do? We did a lot of sort of learning how to sell people things, right? Because it was graphic design and advertising.
Okay.
And
marketing or
yeah, all that good stuff. And yeah, it was good. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. But to get through, I was the kid that was just again drawing all the time, like all the time.
Was that something that like the teachers had to fight you with, in the sense of like they're looking for type and you're drawing instead?
So the thing is, I did it so neatly. I tailored every single brief to allow me to draw. So I did it so well that my lecturers didn't really by the time they kind of picked up on it, I was how can I put this? I was tailoring my briefs to allow me to draw, and I was actually achieving the briefs too. So because I'm achieving the brief,
they can't complain.
They can't really complain. I'm actually getting, I'm passing the module. So they can't really complain. Like, and because they can't, they didn't see any harm in it at the time. So they just let me cruise through and do my thing. And I did it, had a great time on the course, met some really cool people who are still friends of mine until today. And yeah, it was really interesting, learning about the craft. I think that's the first time that I figured out that this thing that I want to do was called illustration,
Out of curiosity, because you mentioned the idea of like the time frame, you just didn't know some of the stuff. When was it that you were in university then?
So I was in uni, let me see, I was 19 to 22 roughly. So that would have been around 2000, 2003. Yeah.
Okay.
Between 2003, around that time. Let me see. In 2023, I turned 20.
I was doing the math because you mentioned Tiny Toons, and I was like, well, Tiny Toons wasn't on that long. And it was of a specific era. And then, like I had the same thing when I was looking at schools. There was very limited amount of information. It was all in books for the most part instead of online. And then it was, you had, you would choose a program because they had the program, not necessarily because you had, a sense of what it all entailed. And so that tracks for me when you say that sort of era. I kind of immediately know, like, oh, that's sort of you're
the time I'm
years
speaking
behind
of,
where I was, but same ballpark.
The time I'm speaking of. So so like we didn't have enough information, so I just didn't know a lot of things. And again, not to sort of play that card, but like my particular background, like being an African, a British African, we don't see a lot of people who do what we do, and the arts at that time was something that wasn't encouraged. Like, academia was what your parents would push on you. Not so much a career in the arts, like, so, and this, it took me a lot to learn why parents do that kind of thing. It's out of fear for their child's future, but it's not the way forward. But like academia was the thing that was pushed. And, I do have a predisposition to learning, if you will. Like, I'm very curious, but academia doesn't interest me. It doesn't stimulate me in that in the same way that the arts did. So yeah, so where was I did the course, and this is where it gets a little trippy. So initially I did my degree, my dissertation was focusing on what did I do? I did a dissertation on how you can teach children different things using children's picture books.
Yeah.
Now, this is before I had any idea of what the future held, by the way. I didn't know where I was going to end up. So I did this dissertation, and I did a retelling of The Tortoise and the Hare as a accounting book. And in my book, The Tortoise Cheats, and there's 10 of them. So yeah, I did that. And then what happened? Yeah, I got into my third year, my third critique dissertation tutorial, and the lecturer at the time, and this is where it gets a little bit, terrible. The lecturer who'd been lecturing me for, I think she'd been lecturing me for about 3 years. So we had a group of lecturers, and she was one of them, and she'd been lecturing me for about 3 years. It was common knowledge at the time that I was the kid that draws, right?
Yeah.
So all my lecturers knew this. So, nothing new is being learned about me here. But she then turns around and says to me, "You're not going to pass this course." And I'm like, "Why am I not going to pass the course?" And she's like, "Because you're doing an illustration dissertation, not a graphic design dissertation." I'm like, "Oh." She's like, "Oh, we're like 3 months left till the course is finished, by the way."
Yeah.
And
Little
she
late.
goes to me, "Have you ever considered doing a illustration degree?" And I'm like, "Wait, what?" Like, we got like 3 months left. I can't change courses now. So, I was just really, really disillusioned and disheartened. And then I just decided, screw this, I'm not coming back. And my attendance started to really slip. And one of my lecturers, who is a really, really good friend of mine today, like Craig, I have so much time for this guy. He called me in because he noticed that my attendance has slipped. And he was like, "Daps, what's going on? Your attendance has slipped." And I told him what had happened, and he was really like blown away by it. He was like, "Oh, that's not good," and he apologized on behalf of the faculty, which wasn't really his place to do. And, he gave me some kind of corny advice, if I'm being honest, but it stuck. He was like, "Your drawings are really good. Just whatever you do, just don't stop drawing." And it stuck. And I think I didn't pass the course. I didn't graduate, which was a shame considering the time and money, because I've just recently paid that money back.
Yeah.
But I didn't graduate, didn't pass the course, but I learned so much from the course as well. Like, I learned so much. I think because it was a graphic design course, and the course was geared towards like teaching, selling people things. I learned how to do that. Like, I learned how images work. I learned about semiotics. I learned so many different things about how the human eye perceives images, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. I couldn't explain it to you today for the life of me, but all that stuff stuck with me.
Okay.
Like, I couldn't break it down, but like, I kind of know it intuitively. It stuck with me. So yeah, today, when I do my work, that's the stuff that kind of informs my approach to things, and I'm still learning. I mean, we all are, to some extent, but the extent that I'm still learning things would surprise a lot of people, who follow my journey and the stuff that I've done.
Do you think that with that instructor sort of giving you the last minute fail, or whatever you want to call it, for that course, do you think that actually inspired, like, or do you think that was a good thing for you, in the sense of it drove you to be much more proactive?
No,
or do you think
it was terrible.
Okay.
It was absolutely freaking terrible because, without going into it too much, I don't come from a background where I had a lot of people kind of, looking after me and helping me and advising me. I didn't have anyone to turn to. So once she told me that, it just felt like everything was over. Like,
Gotcha.
It really just felt like, oh, you're never going to, I just felt all these doors closing. And, it was hard. It was a hard time. So that's why I just shut down, and I just didn't bother coming in anymore. Like, I didn't try to sort of find another way. The Kickstarter, if you will, didn't come until I went into employment. So I went after the course, I went into full-time employment for a while. And I was working at a gym. So fitness is another passion of mine. And I was working at a gym at the time, and I was doing really well in their sales department, but it just wasn't hitting the spot, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
I was still drawing all the time, like all the time, and this thing wasn't gonna go anywhere. I was still drawing all the time. I was having a lot of fun drawing as well. Um, yeah, I was having a lot of fun drawing, and I think I had the opportunity to work with a friend of mine in when was this? I think it was 2000 and I think it was 2008. Yeah,
uh,
in 2008, I had the opportunity to design some carnival costumes for a street parade, some carnival t-shirts actually, to have my artwork on some
yeah,
t-shirts, right? So I said yes, did the t-shirts, and I went and joined the parade just to see what it would be like to kind of have my work on the road, and seeing that changed everything. Like it changed absolutely everything. Like I went to the parade, saw like close to, I'd say, about 1,000 people wearing t-shirts that I designed, and I couldn't go back after that. Like I couldn't go back to work. So the following year, I quit the position that I was in at work and went part-time, and I decided, you know what? I'm 25 years old. I don't have any kids. If I don't do this, I'm never going to do
now,
this.
yeah, yeah,
Exactly. I'm never going to do this. So I went part-time at the job I was at in 2009. I'll never forget this, March 2009. And I decided I would try and cobble together an illustration education. And I used a lot of online resources, a lot of free online resources. Shout out to Schoolism. I don't know if you're familiar with the guys
yep,
over at Schoolism,
yep,
but they do some really, really great courses. So I started, subscribe to them, and I've been subscribed to them for years now. I still occasionally fire that up and see what courses they're offering. Um, but yeah, so I did the Schoolism course in character design with Steven Silva, and then I did the digital painting course with Bobby Chu. That did not stick. Like I still struggle. I still struggle so much with digital tools. Like I kind of figured out a style for myself
yeah. You
that
figured
just
out
that
enough to get by, but not to
exactly. I just
cut.
figured out enough to get by. Yeah, it's not really my bag at all. There are some people that can do some incredible things. I'm not one of those people. Even though I do work digitally, I try and keep like an analog approach and mindset to how I do things. Like, Procreate, which is what I'm using right now, is a fantastic, fantastic tool for drawing. Um, even though nothing beats a pencil and paper,
Yeah.
but Procreate is a really, really cool tool for drawing. Um, yeah,
Do
so
you
okay.
do you think that sort of the like looking back at the idea of the schoolism and the online learning, do you think that was better suited for you, especially if you were you were challenging to the instructors in a way? Did it give you more freedom, or did it potentially leave you with a lot of questions in the sense of like the ability to get the information that you wanted? Or like looking at the teaching that I do, it's always helpful to have someone there to answer the questions for the students, saying,
So
oh,
a
you can get
bit
away
of both,
with this, or you can try this instead. But I'm
a
just
bit
wondering
of
about your
both.
experience with that, especially with your reference to sort of being open to learning, but also challenging.
I think it might have been a bit of both for me. If I'm being honest, I think it might have been a bit of both. So a bit of both in the sense that I loved that I could just pause, um, you know, pause the video and watch it again and again, and just yeah, just
Yeah,
just let it sink in and not feel like I was being pressured or rushed.
gotcha.
Um, I love that. But then I also, like you just mentioned, had questions, and there was nobody there to answer those questions. So what I would do, because again, the internet, I would go online and try and find where else those questions were being asked and who else was answering them. So I think because of the way that I approach this, I have a somewhat unique way of seeing things. I've come to learn that it's a somewhat unique. It's not, I don't know, I'm not gonna like gas it up too much, but it is a somewhat unique way of seeing things that works for me. Like I take the long way around
Yeah.
sometimes, and
Yeah.
you know, it's the scenic route, and I discover more things as a result of taking that scenic route. But yeah, it's a bit of both to answer the question. It's a little bit of both, and since then, I think I've been able to find people to answer those questions for me.
Yeah. I like the scenic route, or the taking the time to smell the roses sort of mentality of, it wasn't necessarily a detriment to you, that it was instead a benefit to be able to slow down and sort of appreciate the process that you were going through.
Yeah.
Um, do you now, obviously you picked up a lot of illustration skills, and you managed to learn a lot along the way. And as any good illustrator knows, we're always constantly learning. But I'm wondering, was there a threshold in which you sort of hit that you
Did I
said,
hit
like,
a
hey,
wall?
yeah, this
Yeah.
this is going to work out, or this? I mean, beyond the T-shirt, sort of the parade T-shirt. Was there a moment that sort of you realized, oh, this isn't just a, or I'm not going to struggle for another 15 years. That it's a right around the corner kind of situation.
Okay, so yes and no. So I think before that moment, I was ready to give up. So this is kind of like the journey into publishing, if you will.
Yeah.
From 2009 onwards, I was lucky enough to experience, you know, forward motion, if you will. Like, you know, I never felt like I was moving backwards. I always felt like I was moving sideways at the very least. But you know, there was always some sort of progress year to year.
Yeah.
And I think around 2014, 2015, I think that's when things sort of started to stagnate, and I hit the wall, and I couldn't figure out where I was going to go next. You know, it just seemed like I was stuck. You know, I wasn't able to call this a full-time job. At the time, I was working part-time at the gym that I was in. I'd reduced my hours. I used to work 5 days a week on the reception, and then I changed that, and I started working as the art stuff picked up more. I reduced my hours on the desk.
Yeah.
So I'd be working, like I went from working 5 days a week to working three, four, four, three, and then eventually just a day a week, you know. And that was good. I was able to supplement my money, my earnings with my artwork, which was great. But then it just kind of froze, like it just kind of stopped, you know, and I wasn't seeing any more progress. And I think at the time, I'm coming into my mid 30s, and you know, I'm going to be very honest. I started to panic. I started to think to myself, you're barely making £1,000 a month working this job and also doing art at the same time, and you're coming into your mid 30s. There are some things that you would like to be able to do at that stage of life that
Yep.
I'm not going to financially be able to do, you know? And, you know, that panic set in, and it did kind of lead to me coming into my mid 30s. It did kind of lead to me thinking to myself, okay, I know I don't want to ever stop drawing, but something has to give. Otherwise, I'm going to have to put this dream on the back burner, you know? And fortunately for me at the time, my friend Nathan, who I'd worked with doing some character design in 2010, he had signed with an agency, and the agency that he was with, they merged with a literary agency.
Mm.
And Nathan had approached me in 2015 to work on a picture book, which became Lookup. So he'd approached me to work on Lookup in 2015,
Okay.
and I started designing Rocket as a character. At the time, I had never done a picture book before. You know, I was very, very, very new to this. Never done a picture book
Which is funny because
before.
your university stuff was, or your thesis that you worked on was
Right.
yeah.
Actually, let me even correct
Yeah.
that. So I had never done a full picture book before.
Okay.
With the thesis, I only got up to the character design.
Ah,
So I did the design the character of the tortoise and the hare, and then what happened?
not the production.
Yeah, I didn't get to the production because they shut me down. So,
Okay, I get it
mhm.
now. I'm following the timeline.
So the next opportunity to make a picture book came in 2011. Yeah, 2011. So that was the next opportunity to kind of do that stuff. And what happened? So with that opportunity, again, I started really strong, did some character design for it, had a really great time working on the characters, developing the character, took it quite far, and then hit another brick wall.
Oh,
And this time it was, again, this was my first full attempt at doing a picture book.
yeah.
And I was not very strong when it came to composition. So I hit like a massive brick wall with composition at the time. And I
Was
remember
this
that.
was this a personal brick wall, or was this something coming from the publisher?
No, there was no publisher. So this was a person who had just found me online. Actually, she
Oh,
found me through a friend. She found me through a friend, and she was
uh,
like, "Hey, I need an illustrator. You know how that goes. So I need an illustrator, and somebody has recommended you. How much do you charge?" Again, I knew nothing. So how much did I charge her? I charged her. I severely underpriced myself.
yeah.
Um, so I charged her something ridiculous, like, let me see, I charged her like £1,000 to
Ugh,
illustrate
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you see where this is going.
Yep.
I charged her £1,000 to fully illustrate a picture book. And the thing about that was turns out she worked in publishing, and she knew that
Ah.
I was undercharging it, because I didn't find this out for
Yeah.
years, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
she knew I was undercharging, and she knew that she was gaining something, and she kind of just took advantage. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I was just so happy at the time to be doing this thing that I said I want to do. So yeah, charged her that.
That's
um
nuts.
yeah, it's a bit messed up. I
It's
charged her that, and then
so common for everybody though that when they get out, they don't value themselves the way
I
that.
don't even think it's a lack of value in myself. It's just even understanding. Like I said, I didn't really understand a lot of things. So I just thought, this is, I underestimated the amount of time it would take me to do the
Yeah.
work, if I'm going to be honest. So that's the thing. I underestimated the amount of time it would take me to do the work. And because I underestimated the amount of time it would take me to do the work, I charged that much or that little.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so like I was of the frame of mind where, like, oh, it's a picture book, can't take that long. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was that person. Like, I was that person that we hate, that underestimates the amount of work that goes into what we do. I was that person. And yeah, so she was like, yeah, cool, boom. She paid me the money, and she paid me half the money. I took half the money, and then I started working on the book. And oddly enough, I only managed to do half the work, like, because I hit this massive brick wall
Yeah.
when it came to like things that I've never drawn before. Like, I'd never done backgrounds before. They were never really like a focus in the work. So like I had all these cool characters, but they were, all on a white background.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, that was a brick wall that I hit, and that didn't go anywhere. I still have the work. I still love the work I did for that, but it just didn't go anywhere. But yeah, so did that. That was in 2011, and then fast forward to like 2015. Nathan's approached me to do this character for him, for this book idea that he has about this little girl who loves space. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll give that a try. Did the character design. We come into about 2016. The agency that he's with merges with a literacy agency, and he takes my work to the literary arm of the agency, and the lady who's now my agent calls me in. So I come in, again, didn't even know that you needed an agent in this industry.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
did not know what an agent does. Just decided, okay, I'm gonna try this, because again, nothing else is happening. So I'm gonna give this a try. So came in, met up with my agent, and she was great. She filled me in as best she could on what she does.
Very quick
And
history lesson of what you needed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my whole thing, the only time I'd ever heard of an agent was like in Jerry Maguire. So I was really expecting her to be like, show me the money, but she didn't say it. So um yeah, so that happened, signed with her. And again, still in this space where I'm just like, I'll try anything, you know.
Yep.
This is new, I'll try this, see how it goes. Um so she took my work out to, we just missed the Frankfurt book festival at the time, book fair. We just missed that. So she took my work out to the Bologna book fair.
Oh, oh,
And
nice.
yeah, so that's the big ticket book fair. She took my work out to that. And at the time we had the synopsis for what we were trying to do. We had we didn't have the text, the story fully developed. We just had a ton of drawings for what the character was going to be, and we had the synopsis for the story that we might possibly be telling. Um, and this went out into the world, and it was a hit at Bologna. Like, it was an absolute hit. She came back, and Sally Ann, I love her to death. She likes to kind of play things small, so we don't get too
Yeah.
too excited.
Yeah.
So she was very much like, I met up with a few publishers. They're interested in the work. So I was like, oh, I don't have a point of reference to what a few publishers might look like.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, so who are the publishers? And she sent me this list, and my point of reference is the internet. So I just went online and I Googled top 10 publishers in the world, and there was like 8 of them on this list. And that was when I kind of knew that, okay, something is happening here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And came back. I think this was around April 2017. Yes, 2017. So after that, she organized like a day, because Nathan was filming at the time. He was in this show called Benidorm. I don't know if you guys get that in the
I
US,
think so.
but it's a really cool show. So he was on that, and he was filming at the time, and he had a day off filming, and she scheduled some sort of trip to publishers, to visit publishers. And I thought that we were going to be kind of like selling ourselves to them, like pitching for them to kind of take a gamble on us. But
Yeah.
it was the other way around. They were all pitching for
TV.
us to take a
Yeah.
gamble on them, which is when I kind of again thought to myself, okay, this is weird. But again, remember, I have no point of reference, so I'm still thinking, you know this is how it's done, this is how it happens, um, only to find out it's really not how it happens. So
Yeah.
I
That's
think
like
I've
an
since
auction, like going
right,
to an auction versus
right.
versus
I've since come
regular
to
auction.
we left that first day of meetings. We left with something like, I think it was like 3 book offers for a series from 3 major publishers, and we finished that month out with 14 offers um, from a variety of different publishers. And it was really I don't know, it was really interesting. It was a really interesting experience. And
Well,
again, I learned a lot from it.
it's also interesting that you as an illustrator were attached to it before. Like, that's not common either.
So this is crazy that you're saying this, because this is exactly what our agent said to us. Trying to think of what other pose I want to draw. Okay, she said that what usually happens in this scenario is you would get like an author would come, and they'll be like, hey, I've got this great book
Yeah.
idea, and my friend can draw it. They're really good. And what would happen is, they would the agent would take the book idea, and when it reaches the publisher, they would find someone else to
Yep.
illustrate the book.
Yep.
And Nathan and I came as a duo, which is very, very unusual. Like, yeah, it's very, very unusual. So yeah, I did not know this at the time. Like, just, yeah, found this out on the job. It's very unusual. It doesn't normally happen, that you would come attached to the project in that way. So yeah, so I guess that was really cool. And off the back of that as well, because again, we had, um, you know, we just had all these illustrations, and all these publishers had signed, they made us an offer, and we could only take the one
Yep.
of all the offers that were made. So once we signed up to Penguin Random House, and once we signed up to them, that left like 13 other publishers who still wanted, you know, to work with me. So I think this was around, we signed our book deal in the summer of 2017, summer of 2017. And by the end of that year, by February the next year, actually, I had received a crazy amount of offers for work from various publishers. I had received about 7 or 8 different book deal offers from various publishers for work, and it was just a really, yeah, it was you know, and at the time I was still working at the gym, and this is the serendipitous thing that happened. The gym closed down for good shortly after. So February 2018, the gym closed down for good. So that kind of was my cue, if you will, to be like, okay, I guess
Do this. Yep.
this is it.
Yep.
This is what you're going to be doing, because I'm, you know, I'm safety net guy. I kept the gym job as a safety net just in case things didn't work out, or just in case I needed to, you know, yeah, just to have a safety net. But that got taken away, and I was very much like, okay, cool, this is what you're doing.
Now when you got all those other offers, did you take them all? Like, were you like
I
booked for years, or was
so
that?
I did, and I was booked for years, and it was not the best decision. But at the time, the reason why I did that was because, you know, my thing was better to have too much than to have too little. You know, if you're saying that you want a career out of this, it's better to have too much than it is to have too little. And that was my thinking. And I don't regret that thinking. It was a lesson learned. You know, I definitely did burn out on the amount of work that I had. But I don't regret it. It was a lesson learned. It's advice that I give people now. I'm like, hey, look, you know, it may seem tantalizing when it's there, but yeah, take your time.
Know your limit,
Yeah,
essentially.
and to be very fair to myself, like, I have no point of reference, so I don't know my limit. Like, I have no
Well,
point of reference at all.
what's interesting in
Like,
that whole scenario too is like this is still at a time wherein you were, um, like you had not done a book fully
right.
through. You got that much interest, and so like trying to navigate those waters of, okay, because you said like you struggled composition and backgrounds.
So this is where it gets really, really crazy. So now I have a book to do. I have 3 books to do because we signed a 3-book deal. So now I have to learn how to make a children's picture book. And I studied the best way I know how, which is just looking at a lot of people's work. So I have a really extensive collection of children's picture books. I bought a lot of people's work, went through it with a tooth comb, like really sat down and studied composition and looked at what choices people were making, and broke down what I understood from the decision making. Right?
Yeah.
And that really, 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 really helped me with book 1, and well, with the whole series actually. And it's like, I don't know, I can't articulate this properly, so forgive me. But the more I did, the more I learned. I don't know if that kind of makes sense, if that tracks with people.
Oh,
so like there was a lot of stuff that was happening, and I can't really tell you. I don't know. I can't really kind of put it into words, but like I was learning so much stuff on the go, like just absorbing so much stuff really rapidly and really quickly. And I think in a short span of time, I saw the most progress with my work that I'd ever seen, just ever. Because again, I'm out of my comfort zone, and I'm drawing things that I normally wouldn't draw. Like I normally would just avoid drawing. And I think I explain this to my friends sometimes when they look at art. Like I'm the it kind of goes 2 ways. I'm either the person that kind of ruins artwork for people, you know, or I educate them when I'm pointing out the things that are wrong with an artwork that they're looking at, or when I'm just kind of highlighting, I'm kind of informing them about the choices that were made. That's the better way to put it. Rather than the things that are wrong, I'm looking at the choices that were made.
It's like
I know
you're revealing a magician's trick to them.
exactly.
They're like, I don't
And
know.
once they see it, they can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And that's always an interesting thing with people. Like I know, my shortcomings. I even show them some of mine as well. I'm like, hey, look, this is how I disguise my inability to draw this. This is how I get around my inability to draw this, and da 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 da. And I think for me, having art broke down in that way, this goes back to how I learn. Having art broke down in that way has really, really helped me. And it's really interesting that people take a lot of the stuff that they consume visually for granted. That's how I find it. They take how their brains work for granted, you
Yeah.
know. And our job is to know how their brains work and manipulate their brains to get them to do
Yes.
what we need them to do.
Yes.
Like that's our jobs.
That's I tell people all the time about that. There's a book that I read early on that the definition of a designer, or the word design, like its root in Latin, it goes back to the word liar, and that idea of like we're letting people think they make decisions when in reality it's us
Yeah,
who are making those decisions for them
it's
through
manipulation.
composition or color or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
when you were working on the books, especially that first one, did you have lots of I mean, obviously, like struggles of trying to figure out how it all worked, but did you run into any roadblocks with the publisher? Like, I admittedly, when I first started, I did not have a handle on how the gutter worked, and so there was lots of design that, not that I would put stuff in the gutter,
No, you
but
would just end up there by accident.
yeah, it would just be like a conflict of shape from one page to the next, or it was just a awkward space in general. But I'm wondering, did you have a lot of those kind of like moments that you learn from the publisher versus learning from looking at other illustrators' work?
Um, yeah, I did, and I was lucky to have a good team. Like I really had a great team for my first picture book experience, and they taught me so much. Like they taught me so much. Monica, shout out to Monica if you're watching. She is one of the best designers I've ever. She is the best designer I've ever worked with. Not even one of the best. She's actually the best designer I've ever worked with. No shade to any other designers if you're watching, but Monica, had so much patience for me, and we have a very good shorthand. I'm looking forward to the book I'm about to start working with her on. We haven't worked together in a couple of years now, so I'm really looking forward to that. But she had so much patience for me, and she helped me figure out so many things that I was struggling with. Lookup was not the easiest text at the time, but I say that having never worked on a text fully
Yeah.
before. So yeah, it was really tricky to kind of get my head around how I was going to show some things. And it was also, this is a thing that takes ages, and I still have to remind myself about this. So as an illustrator, I kind of have to give myself permission. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like I often have to sit with myself and say, hey, this is your story that you're trying to tell, and you have the right to kind of tell it however you want
Neat.
to tell it,
Yeah.
you know? So I kind of have to remind myself of that from time to time. I have to give myself the permission to try things, to experiment, because I think sometimes, this is me being very, very transparent, very honest. Sometimes I do get in that headspace where I'm like, is this gonna hit? Is this, are people gonna love
Yeah. Is
this?
this what
What are people gonna
they want?
think?
Is this what you want?
Exactly. Is this what the publisher wants? Is this, and then I have to be like, none of that matters. Like, if it's what you want, that's what matters. And give yourself the permission to be epic in your work, to think big, to kind of, do things not small. And that's my thing as well. Like I sometimes tighten up when I'm working. If I've been working for a significant period of time, or if my mind starts to kick in too much, I start to tighten up, and then the work starts to become me sort of trying to guess what's going to look good, as opposed to me just feeling stuff out. And I have to sort of, and to me, what I've learned for myself is that's when I stop drawing. Like I'm gonna like take a break after that, because I can only be in this kind of loose zone for a short while before things start to tighten up. Like I don't know if that makes any sense, but
No,
once I learned that about
I
myself,
have the same
I'm like,
that I've said before on here, like the point in which the work is starting to falter or a piece is done is when it's no longer fun. And fun for me is that looseness, is like not really caring
yeah,
all that
yeah,
much. And it sounds awful to say, like, I forget who was I asked on here at some point of like, do they care about their work? And it was that same mentality of not do they care their work is good, but rather do they get caught up in that mindset of people need to like this in order for it to be valuable of some sort. And I forget who it was, but they answered, of course, in the sense of like, no, they don't want to care about other people's thoughts because it's their work. And if they do a good job on their work, then other people will like it as well. And
See now, I I tiptoe or teeter and totter around that. Like it's never a fixed frame of mind that I'm in. It just creeps in. I start to think, oh, does this look good?
yeah,
And then I'm like, no, it's not about does it look good. Yes, yes, you should care about whether it looks good or not.
yeah,
Yeah, fine. But it's not, that shouldn't be the kind
the
of
drive,
deciding,
yeah,
yeah, the driving kind of thought process that you're having shouldn't be, does this look good? It should be like, okay, does this work? Does this, is this doing what I want it to do? Am I, those things. So yeah, so it just takes a while for that to kick in. And sometimes when it does kick in, it can kick out
yeah.
again. And then I have to be like, okay, it's time to stop working and try and rest up and then think about the work and then try and find that again. So yeah, it's an ongoing battle. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's an ongoing thing. Like
The
so
no,
much so much of what we do is mental, and I think that's what people don't share enough. I find people do not talk about this the way that I talk about it enough. Like it's so much of what we do is mental.
when you say mental, do you like one of the things that I had recently is I was working with some mentees, and we would be critiquing work and talking about sort of process, and they would show me some artwork, and I would say like, okay, here's what you should probably think about working on with this. And one of them said to me um, that they wanted my brain because of the way that it works. Like they don't quite understand the headspace that I'm in, that I can sort of so quickly come up with ideas or shifts or whatever it may be.
Mm.
And to me, that's also mental. But I don't know if do you mean that, or do you mean in the sense of
That's
like,
what I mean. So it's how we think. So much drawing happens in our head before it happens on paper.
yes, yeah,
And I don't think that gets talked about enough. And the way that can sometimes be taxing as well doesn't get discussed enough. And the mental health aspects of what we do doesn't really get talked
yes,
about enough for my
yeah,
liking. Like it doesn't. And the thing about what that mentee said to you that I find fascinating is your way of thinking, your mind that they wanted, that came over time.
oh yeah,
That didn't just happen.
yeah, yeah,
It's a culmination
yeah.
of years and years and years and years and years of
Profession,
training your mind.
teaching, and like I'm at the point now, and it kind of sucks, but that it's very hard to look at a piece of artwork, just like you talked about sharing artwork with your friends, without jumping into
Without
some sort of critique or
critiquing. Yeah,
looking
yeah,
for the
yeah.
mistakes, or also just the idea of sort of I I immediately can sort of spot tangents, or I can spot these things, and that is something that I could not do at the beginning of my career in teaching. But after doing it for 20 some odd years, yeah, you get used to where they're going to pop up.
Mm,
And it's just, uh, it's common knowledge at that point for anybody in
mm.
that career that you can sort of spot things quicker
Yeah,
because you're just looking at them every day.
every day. Like your mind starts to develop. And this is, not to go off on a tangent, but this is one of the reasons why I don't understand how people are so eager to embrace AI, because you can't get
Hmm.
any of that stuff from using AI tools. You can't, you're shortchanging yourself. You're shortchanging your brain. Like, you know,
Well, there's
like
all studies that show that people don't learn as well and their brains shut down when they start using AI, and it's exactly that. It's that idea of like you're not using the part that's important
I had to
to
tell my niece the other day about this. I was like, when it comes to AI and all these things, and when it comes to learning, it's not really what you learn, it's what you can retain.
yeah,
Like, it's retention. Like that's where the real kind of where the real learning happens. It's not what you learn, it's what you can
Well,
retain. And trying
going,
to
you said you didn't retain a bunch of stuff from school or something, right?
no, I said that I said I struggled to
Oh, there you go.
retain. I struggled to
You got
retain.
it.
No, I struggled to learn, right, in
Okay.
school, but I actually retained a lot of the stuff in my graphic design course that I learned, even though I failed.
Yeah.
So all of that stuff comes into how I approach drawing. Like I use a layering approach with all my work. Like I think about the things that I want the piece to say, and then I just layer all that information into the drawing. I don't know if I'm making any sense with this, but that's just how it works in my head. Like I just use this kind of layering approach in my work. So like I kind of like for these Superman drawings I'm doing, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sort of prioritize action, if you
Yeah.
will, action, foreshortening. I'm not focused on anatomy, for example. I know my anatomy is all over the place. Just like a mood is what I'm trying to capture with the drawings. They're not supposed to be works of art, so I'm just doodling in that sense. But I have small goals that I've set myself, and sometimes they shift. Sometimes I focus on, trying to sort of capture the classic Superman vibe with some of the poses and some of the, yeah. So that's the same thing. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you? I was sort of jumping in with a different or a little shift in topic. I was gonna say, are you planning on going to see Superman this weekend?
Oh hell yeah! Like that's. I might even go tomorrow morning. I'm just like I'm weighing it up in my head. I think I might just treat myself and just go
Yeah.
tomorrow morning and go catch it
We're,
tomorrow. Yeah. Well, yeah.
we're gonna go
Yeah.
see it on
It's
Sunday,
yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
hoping it's good. There was
I mean, I just want to just have fun.
yeah
So I'm like, I said to myself, you know what, just enjoy. I'm not going to focus too much on good or not because you'll see, I'm sure you're seeing all the kind of talk that's happening around it.
yeah
I'm like, yeah, I'm not focused on that. I just want to enjoy this. Like, I'm just going to go watch the superhero movie and switch my brain off. And, I've seen the trailers. The trailers look pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff happening. I want to see Mr. Terrific. I want to see Green Lantern. I want to see those things. This
yeah.
is the stuff that I kind of grew up liking. So I just want to see that stuff. I'm not really we had a really good run with Thunderbolts this year. That was a really cool film. I don't know if you got to
Yeah,
see
we
that.
saw
Like I really really
that was
enjoyed
good.
that.
I like that one. I
Yeah.
like the I like it when there's like it's like obviously everybody kind of likes the Dark Knight. It's creepy, it's dark and whatnot, but not every superhero movie needs to be that.
Right.
So like
And I think that's a debate around Superman at the
yeah,
moment.
like I don't need that. I need like if I go back and think back to the original Superman movies, they were kind of
Campy,
yeah
funny,
yeah, and so
somewhat
like
lighthearted.
anything that goes back towards that, I'm kind of like, well, that's fun. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
we will see. I hope that it has some cheesy moments, honestly, because I want it to
What?
feel like what I grew up with.
Superman.
Yeah,
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 apparently it does. Apparently it feels like that. It's the closest to the Reeves, Christopher Reeves Superman films. And I love that for this. I'm not, I don't know, man. I'm not, I don't need the other stuff.
yeah,
Like this is cool. Like I like Superman. This is just, it's supposed to be a fun watch. It's not supposed to be anything else. I'm not coming to this with some big heavy expectations. This film is not going to change my life. It's just a movie.
yeah,
Let's have some fun and relax and
yeah.
chill with think pieces.
Yeah.
This does not need a think piece. Like Superman is too woke. Okay.
Are you so
Like,
you're getting that over there too in the UK?
yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I've
It's not.
never seen
I think it's mostly
US.
coming out of the
Yeah,
US. It's mostly coming out of the US. We're still picking it up over here. It hasn't released over here yet, so people haven't seen it enough to say, whether it's woke or not. But we're getting the news come through from your end where everyone's like concerned with woke. And again, don't even get me started on the bastardization of that word because what is woke anyway if not to be aware of injustices that are happening all
yes,
over the world? And Superman is a bloody superhero, so if anyone's going to be woke,
it should be.
it should be Superman. Like
I'm
what? Like what's
I'm,
going on?
I'm very surprised, honestly, that there would be or that that kind of content, because the stuff that I've heard over here is very much like he's not saying truth, justice, in the American way. He's saying, you know, truth, justice, and all is good, and it's like that's what
Okay.
it should be, and so that
Right.
American pride aspect that's always been attached to some of the superheroes,
Yeah,
like
but you know, if
it,
you've been reading the comics for long
yeah,
enough, you'd understand that even Captain America dropped that a
yeah,
while ago.
exactly,
Even
exactly,
Cap dropped that a while ago. When what happened when Cap in the 90s when Cap became Nomad? He was so disillusioned with the government and all the stuff that they were doing that he became Nomad. And even in the second Winter Soldier, the second Cap movie, Winter Soldier, it was the
yep.
same thing. So, I don't know. But to be honest, the thing about America and superhero movies, probably a lot of people want to slam me for saying this, but I think a lot of them are just cheap military propaganda,
Yeah.
really. Like,
Yep.
there's just, especially the MCU, man. Like, as soon as I switched onto that, yeah, I tune in, enjoy what I'm enjoying, and then I just go about my life. It's not that deep.
So were
It's
you a
never
big
that
comic
deep.
nerd growing up?
Massive comic nerd. Still am. Like, still am. Don't buy as much as I would like to. Obviously, room in my flat. I've got tons of books in this flat, so I try not to buy too much. But like, I kind of do trade paperback editions now. Like,
Yeah.
I buy the whole thing once the story runs out. But yeah, massive comic book nerd. That's never going anywhere. Like, that is never going anywhere. And I'm more into like the indie stuff. I love anything that Derek Warren Johnson like he does. He did Do a Power Bomb, and that was amazing. What's the guy who does Ultra Mega? What's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. Is it
I'm
James
I'm so
Harron?
I'm so far out
James
of
Harron.
the comic.
The
Like I used to be
Loop.
into comics
Yeah.
when I was younger, but it's been so long that I don't know half of the stuff that's out there now.
Oh, dude,
And
I will send you some links to some pages that you can find out what's out. There are some really cool things out, man. Some really, really cool things out. Like, and I love that it's not just the big two anymore.
yeah,
Like, I love that there are so many different indie like Boom Studios coming out with amazing stuff. So yeah, I'm really, really into the stuff that's been coming out over the last decade or so.
I was when
Um,
I was collecting comics, I was really big into Valiant comics.
oh, Valiant was cool. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
Valiant.
and like what was it? Bloodshot and Magnus the Robot
Was
Fighter,
that
and
Image Bloodshot?
uh, I think it became Image, but I think wait, is it
It
Bloodshot on
started
there?
off as Valiant.
The one with the big red circle on his chest. I think it was
Yeah,
Bloodshot.
it was
Yeah,
Bloodshot.
I
Yeah,
think that was
and Vin Diesel
Valiant.
played him in the movie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Vin Diesel. That's the one. That is the one.
That movie sucked, but it was what it was. It really
Yeah.
was what it was.
The uh, in general, just that idea of like, I feel like there's so many people, especially in the era in which we sort of grew up, that their initial entry point to a lot of comics was that sort of superhero
Yeah,
world and the connection that we all had to, like, not realizing that that was a job
yeah,
potentially, but
the kind of as in comic books itself.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Like when I
yeah, and not real, not
oh, go,
yeah. Go on.
please go ahead, please.
No, no, no. Just even like just not thinking about it as a story form, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense. I don't know. I think a lot of people just like people don't like to question how a thing is a thing. They don't like to ask themselves those questions. They don't like to think about those things. They just like to enjoy it for what it is. And I think that's part of the problem. I think that's always been because people talk about how that's a thing now. I think it's always been a thing. I think people have always wanted to just switch off and consume media and not have to really think
yeah,
about
yeah,
anything.
constantly.
Yeah.
I know that like the some of that I think is tied to the world that we're in. Just like that's
Mm.
there, it's hard to avoid everything at this point the way it was back in the day. But I was so immersed in that sort of world of comics or in um, art in a different way when I was younger that
Mm.
it's a real eye opener being a teacher now and sort of seeing how art is or industry in general is processed by students that in a way that it just never was when I was growing up. Um, did with thinking back to some of the book stuff, and starting out, was there um, a thought process at the time of sort of beyond just I want a career, but more so like were there certain goals that you set at that time? Like I would like to achieve this by a certain date, or was there any sort of um, challenge that you were giving yourself
As
that?
in on my career path.
Yeah,
To be very honest, no, because like, okay, so I think in the beginning it was just trying to survive.
yeah,
It was just trying to survive. I really felt like the best way I could describe it was my entry into the industry felt like there's two ways I describe it. Like for the first few years, I was like a swan, graceful on the surface, while my feet were just kicking
yeah,
like crazy,
yeah.
trying to stop myself from drowning. And I would have this dream, which was another way that I describe it. I'd have this dream where I'd be riding on the back of this giant lion and it is galloping full tilt and I'm just holding on to the mane. But this beast is majestic and it's just galloping full tilt and everybody's like, oh my God, it looks so good. And I'm just terrified holding on to the mane, trying not to fall off. That is how my career felt for the first 6 years or so. Um, yeah,
Wait, was that
that
when you
huh?
say dream? Did you actually have that dream?
I actually had that dream.
Yeah,
Yeah, I started having. So I without, like I said, the mental health aspect of this thing is very interesting to me. So like, I again, I've always had. I think I've always had some things. I'm gonna call them things because I don't quite know the proper terms. But I always had anxiety, for example, and I had coping mechanisms for dealing with
yep,
it, and I didn't realize at the time that those were coping mechanisms, and I was indeed masking. I didn't know this. On Look Up was the book that actually made me go to therapy, because I hit a wall working on the book and I decided, you know what, this is not good. So I went therapy, started therapy at the time. And in therapy, it became apparent that I have anxiety and I've been masking all these years. And the specific type of anxiety I have, it's not quite social anxiety. It does have something to do with that, but like I get overwhelmed and overstimulated when there's too much information to consume. And yeah, I just kind of shut down, you know.
yep, yep.
Um, and
Oh, this makes
that's right. And that was happening a lot. It was happening in in the process of working on the book, but then it was also happening after the book had been finished and we were going out to do events. So for the first couple of months of events, it was intense. We would do loads and loads of events and we would have, we'd be seeing like groups of 200, 3, 4 groups of 200 kids a day. And I would come back home after every event and I'd just crash out and sleep for hours and hours and hours on end. And that was the first kind of inkling that something wasn't right. And through the therapy we figured it out. Like I have social anxiety, but it's a specific type of social anxiety. And that was one of the things. So to kind of come back, I'm bringing this back to answering your question. So I kind of didn't really, I was trying to survive, if I'm being honest. The first couple of years was just me trying to survive, trying to, and so much happened the second year in COVID, right?
yep.
Like we're in a lockdown in 2020. We'd been published for about 6 to 7 months at the time. COVID happened. We were in this lockdown, and 2020, I was chained to my desk for 2020, 2021. I worked so much. We went in and I had 2 books. By the time we came out, I had about 6 to 7 books out and I'd finished about 8 books. And that was a lot of work to do in a short space of time. So yeah, so like, excuse me, someone's firing up their bike outside. So when we came out of COVID, and another strange thing happened in COVID. We won this prestigious prize called the Waterstones Children's Book Prize. And, Nathan and I won this prize. It was our first book that won it, Look Up. And it was such an amazing achievement at the time. And, we won it during COVID and our book became a best-selling book during that period of time as well.
Yeah,
So much stuff happened. But the illusion of COVID is because you're at home all the time, you can't really appreciate the impact of a thing. And because everyone else was at home all the time, it was easy for them to pick up our books, you
yep.
know? So went into COVID somewhat anonymous, came out quite well known, and that was a massive shock. If you thought I was anxious before, like I became
Yeah.
really anxious after coming out of COVID. Like it was difficult. I had people recognizing me in restaurants, and that's only because the Black community in the UK is quite small.
Yeah.
So if you manage to crack through on some level, especially, I make picture books, at the time, there weren't that many Black illustrators doing the thing that I was doing. And the book was just everywhere at the time. So, I'd be out with a friend and somebody would be like, I just want to say, oh my God, I love your book. And
Oh,
I'm like, thanks. It was really nice, but that shocked me because whenever people stop me, I'm always thinking I've done something wrong. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? Especially, I don't know this person. So they're like, hi. I'm like, hi, you know, what's going on? So that was really trippy for a while. And again, it wasn't out of hand to the point where I can't walk down the streets or I can't go to supermarkets. No, not at all. It wasn't even close to that. But there were these times when I'd be at like a Black function, a Black event, or something happening around the culture, and somebody would walk up and say, oh my God, I love your books. So and I'm very, very grateful for that, but it took a while to adjust to that being like the new normal.
Yeah.
um
Well, it's also,
yeah, so
I mean, essentially you're becoming an icon for a group that potentially is not seen or heard in the same way. And there's a lot of pressure that gets involved in that of, you know, not
well,
just in the
yeah.
sense of like your work being out there, but also are you somehow responsible for advocating for others? And like I that's a lot of pressure to put on someone, especially if it's your first book. And you know,
Oh, so therapy taught me one thing, how to advocate for myself in multiple different ways. And one of the things I make very, very clear to people, because I know this world we live in, I know this industry, I know how this thing works. Once you become visible, people start to put expectations on you. And I make it very, very, very clear to people that I am not here to shoulder anyone's expectations of me.
yeah.
Like, even when it comes to what we do, this doesn't always go down well with people, but I really do not care. I always say that the children that I make books for, my responsibility to them, it only goes to a certain level. This is a job that I do, right?
Mhm.
My responsibility to those children only goes to a certain level because I do not know those children. Only the children in my life that I know are the people that I am responsible to,
Yeah.
you know? So that's because I'm not trying to be anyone's hero. I'm not trying to be anyone's role model, even.
Yeah.
I'm an adult. Like, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to do things, Like, I'm not trying to, because I think when we work in children's, especially, there's this infantilization that happens to us where we're expected to be a certain way. I swear like a sailor online. I'm always cursing, and if your child is on my Twitter, I don't know if you ever followed me on Twitter, I think you did. If your child was on my Twitter at the time, you have bigger problems because your child should not be online. So, that's my thing. And some people try to play that. I have had some real incidents with other illustrators who have tried to sort of leverage that against me. They use this whole thing about I should be grateful to be here. And I'm like, grateful? I work hard. I work
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
bloody
Yeah.
hard.
It's
Like,
not.
gratefulness stops at a certain point.
Yeah. The responsibility, like the pressure of always having to be on and always having to be a rep, like I was saying, like a representative is kind of uh, challenging, and happens to, I would say, most kidlit folks. Like, I won't say I swear constantly. But I am not pure of heart in all
Who
situations.
is?
Yeah, exactly.
I do not trust anybody who markets themselves in that way. I just don't. I just automatically just do not trust you because we're humans. We're not infallible, you
There
know?
was a,
Nobody is.
I won't name the name, but there is a kidlit illustrator and author that I know that uh, shockingly behind the scenes is much, much more um, uh, curmudgeonly. Like there's a front that's put out for the world itself.
Listen,
Um,
I that does not surprise me because unfortunately, I think there are a lot of us that do that.
Yes.
And it just, I get it. I do get it. But if somebody else is comfortable doing that, that doesn't mean that that now becomes the standard for the rest of us. I have no interest in doing that because it's unsustainable. Like, it's unsustainable. The day is going to come where you're going to crack. The day is going to come
Yeah.
where you're going to be pissed off, where you're going to be upset, and you suddenly stifled yourself so you cannot express properly. And that's never going to be, that's not me.
Or
I'm constantly
you're
expressing.
gonna slip up and swear in front of a bunch of kids.
Right.
You
You
know, like,
like, and the funny thing is, even though I do swear a lot, I don't swear like that. Like, I'm always, I know kids are present. I'm not gonna,
yeah,
let the F bomb drop. I'm not, I'm not that guy. I don't even do it with my
great.
nieces and nephews. So
I learned very early on. I had a grandmother who was very religious, and you were not allowed to say certain things in her house. Even my mother could not say. She could not say
damn,
but. Well, she couldn't
she
say
couldn't say what?
but, like butt.
Wow,
And so there was
like ass.
yeah,
She couldn't
yeah.
say ass.
Oh, she
Oh
couldn't
my
do that. She
days.
couldn't do somersaults, or
What?
things they were not allowed to do because of fear and all sorts. But I learned very early on that if I do swear, there's moments that I'm allowed to, and there's moments I'm not allowed to, and it automatically triggers. So it's not like I have to think, oh, I'm going into her house, I'm not allowed to swear, I'm not allowed to do this, that, or the other. But
Yeah.
it's held over so far. But there is a deep-seated fear that sometime when I'm at some,
Someone's gonna discipline
yeah,
you.
I'm going to
Oh,
be at some kidlit event, or I'm going to be in front of, elementary school, and oops,
yeah.
there it all comes out.
Oops. And I'll be real with you, it's happened before. Like, it's
Oh,
absolutely happened
I'm
before.
sure.
And it hasn't happened like, to the point where anyone's caught it, but I've definitely let one
Yeah.
slip and then had to look around and be like, oh, did anyone see that?
Yeah.
Like, because I'm a person. I don't feel like I should have to, you know, I don't know, man. I don't feel like I should have to live up to this thing that I didn't sign up for or agree to.
Yeah.
So, just to know. And I think that was something that was a struggle for a second in this industry, like the kind of expectation that comes with doing this job, the expectation that you're supposed to somehow embody everything that you write
Yeah.
about. Like, and I'm like, no, I don't. Like, that's, those are, and I'm very clear with people, even though I advocate for people, and I tend to sort of, I tend to sort of stand up when I see something unjust happening. But even then, it doesn't make me this. I think there's a way that I looked at it. I would say I do focus on being a kind person. I may not necessarily be a nice person. So yeah, that's
I get it.
that's.
I get it.
Did you know? Because like I think not every day. Like some days I'm not in the mood.
Yep.
Like some days it is what it is. Like I'm not in the mood. So what I will do is I focus on trying to maintain kindness. Like I try my best to do that, but
Did
niceness doesn't always make it to the
Did I
forefront.
read somewhere, and I'm trying to remember where I saw it, but something about you doing some visual impairment, something.
I did. Oh, that was such a wonderful thing to be a part of. So there's this
I mean,
group called.
I,
Okay.
tell me about that a little bit.
So there's a wonderful charity called Living Paintings, and what Living Paintings do is they take picture books and they make special versions of them for children that are blind and visually impaired.
Hmm.
And they picked a few of my books to do that with, and I was just like so honored, like so honored to have that. So we did some fundraising for that because these books do not come
Yep.
cheap. We did some fundraising for that, and we had a really really great turnout of people donating money towards that. And because of the donations, this particular charity got in touch, and because of their donations, it pushed what we were able to make into this realm where we were able to make more books. So we got to make. We started off trying to make two of my books, I believe, and then we ended up being able to make three of them. So really, really cool. Like I really, really enjoy doing that. And those kind of things I always have time for. Like anything that kind of helps children become readers, makes my books more accessible. If it was down to me, I'd give away my books for free, but then I wouldn't be able to make
Yeah, I
them
don't think
after a while.
I'm
So
happy about that.
yeah, yeah, I don't think my publishers would be happy about that. But you know, like I love the idea of loads and loads of people having access
Yeah.
to the books that I make. Like I really, really like that. Like that's an ongoing part of the thing. So I will be a patron of that particular charity for as long as I have a career and as long as they're around.
I remember
Yeah, it's a really
when I
yeah
first started out, I remember like seeing my book in the library. I was excited that like, oh, there's my book. I found it in the library. But there was also this part of me that goes, well, that's one book that isn't going to be bought. And I've realized after the fact, like, yeah, it's about access and like, I think my
yeah
mental state towards the purpose of the industry has changed dramatically over the years of, you know, obviously it's a business, but at a certain point, caring about people and whatnot sort of outweighs some of the like, do I need to be a millionaire at the end of the day kind of situation.
I personally have this thing where I think that the two are linked. I think the more you view, like, the more you have this, you know, not to sound all spiritual, but like I look at the world from a very abundant lens. I never look at it from a scarcity lens because if I'm looking at the world from a scarcity lens, then I start to be like really precious about things and it just doesn't lead to a healthy
Yeah.
place. So I'm always working on looking at this lens, looking at the world and things through this abundant lens. And because I do that so much, I'm never without. I never run out of stuff. Do you know what I mean? There's always more, you
Yeah.
know? And, you know, with that in mind, you know, we have enough books for people to both own and
Yep.
borrow and all the rest of it, you know? So it's never this, yeah, I just don't have this kind of mindset where I'm like, oh, you know, gotta cling on to that because, you know, it might disappear, might not have it anymore, you know? Yeah, no, that
I
just
think,
doesn't,
yeah, it basically changed with age and maturity, and I think a lot of it was early on. It was a like, oh, the career thinking like, well, how am I going to maintain if stuff's just given away for free at the library for people to
yeah.
read? But in reality, you realize that like, well, that also can make a avid reader who might buy stuff later, and
Right.
you know,
And that might just be the only way
yeah,
that
yeah,
somebody can get
be,
the book.
yep, yep,
That
exactly.
might just be the only way that somebody might this particular reader might be able to ever access your book. Like that might just literally be the only way that they can do that,
So
you know? Like
talk to me a little bit about sort of thinking about varieties of books and how people access them. And you had mentioned early on that you have a fairly hefty or healthy, let's put it that way, collection of books. Who are some of the folks that you sort of have either grown up loving or have found that you love that are in the industry? Sort of,
ooh,
who are,
this is gonna become a bit of a name dropping session. So okay, there's a guy called Mark Butavant. He is incredible. In fact, I have like a stack of books next to me right now, so I can pull out some books of some of the people that whose work I would just buy without ever having to like see the book.
yeah,
Like I'm pre-ordering it straight away. So this is a Mark Butavant book. It's called Never Tickle a Tiger. Like he is phenomenal. Like I really, really, really love his work. And this was one of the first books that I bought from him. Yeah, he is this French illustrator, just absolutely phenomenal. Hopefully one day I get to write for him. I'm just putting it out there. He's one of the people, his books were the books that I tore through while I was trying to figure out how to approach lookup.
okay,
And
yep.
this is Felicita Sala.
Oh,
Like,
Felicity Sala, yeah,
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 absolutely brilliant illustrator. Love, 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 love,
yeah,
love her work. Um, I've got like tons of books next to me right now.
yeah.
This is another person whose work I really, really love. And I'm honored to call him a mutual online. And he's just a really friendly guy. So Leo Espinosa,
Oh yeah.
like, yeah, phenomenal artist. And I've watched his work evolve over the years. Like, it's just, yeah,
No, Leo.
every day,
We had
same
Leo
book.
on We had Leo
Oh,
on.
he was on.
I'm trying to think of how long ago that was, but it was yeah.
Oh,
He
I
was
got
on
to check that out. I got to
a
find
while
that.
back.
Yeah, and this is Christian Robinson.
Oh,
Um,
superhero.
really love what Christian does. Yeah,
Yeah.
really, really love what Christian does. Yeah, those are a few people. There's also I have this book by Chris Sasaki. So Chris is primarily known for character design on a crap ton of Pixar films, like brilliant Pixar films, and this is some of his picture book work. And again, just fantastic, fantastic. So yeah, there's tons of people. I got to shout Matt Forsyth out. Matt is my former mentor.
Oh, really?
He's my former mentor, a really good friend. I love the dude so much, man. He really, really helped me out when it came to navigating this industry and just like sharpening up my work and just how I think about my work and stuff, you know. Matt has been a great help over the years, like, and he continues to be
He's
as well.
is he in LA?
He's in LA, yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
trying
he's
to
currently in LA.
where he's located. All of a sudden, you made me question. I'm like, yeah, I realize mentees don't necessarily, or mentors don't have to be right next to you, but it just popped in my head that, oh, like, is he in the same sort of location? Um,
No, Matt's in LA, but we kind of do this thing sometimes where we like meet up in different areas of the world. Like Matt's the person that's got me out traveling. Like I went through a stint of just not traveling,
yeah,
and Matt shook me out of that. So like while he was in LA, I went out to LA for the first time a couple of years ago and hung out with him over there. And I met Nat Anderson as well, who's a phenomenal illustrator, and Babs Tarr as well, and a few other people yeah, just there are so many people whose work I've collected over the years. I was a real huge fan of Jim Mahfood. I don't know if you are familiar with Jim's work.
uh,
So he's a comic book illustrator, amongst other things. Brilliant artist, fantastic, phenomenal ink-based artist. And I had this thing for ink back in the day, which is probably why I'm doing all this sort of, you can see the line work
yep.
that's happening here. It's just, you know, an attempt at line work anyway. But like Jim was a massive influence on the early stuff that I used to do back in the day. And, you know, I've recently gotten back into his work. And yeah, he's still killing it. And who else can I think of?
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to continue if you're. I don't mean to force you into like
Oh,
name every.
no, it's all right. It's
Yeah.
just, you know, there's just loads of people, man. There's loads and loads of
Do you,
people, and the list just keeps growing.
do you find that, like, were you a kid um, who grew up with a lot of picture books, or was that something that you sort of?
No, definitely not. Picture books came later.
Yeah.
Like they came much later. Like they came a lot later. Like so for me, picture books came when I started working in the industry or when I started having thoughts about,
Yeah.
you know, working in the industry. I think when I started writing that dissertation, that's when I picked up picture books for the first time properly. Like, I mean, I was familiar with them, but like at the time, I think when I first wanted to be an illustrator, I was looking at Ronald Searle's work and Quentin Blake's work, and that was the stuff that was, you know, feeding my illustration ambitions, if you will.
Yeah.
Like looking at classic kind of illustrators' work. There's a guy called Jack Davis who was a cartoonist as well. Yeah, I loved his work as well. He came out of the States, and can't forget what's his name, Jamie Hewlett of
Okay.
Gorillaz fame.
Yep.
Yeah, he was another massive kind of inspiration as well. So you know, it's quite a varied thing, like the way that I looked at work. And there was also Paul Pope as well. I really like Paul Pope's work. He's a New York based comic book artist who did the illustration on, like, I think it was Batman Year One.
Wait.
That's when he's Battling Boy was his own comic as well. He did Batman Year One. Yeah.
Is that right? I thought Batman Year
Yeah.
One, I think, is David Mazzucchelli.
No. Oh God, what did he do then? Was it Batman Year One, or let me look it up. Hold on, let me look this up, because it wasn't.
When I was
It wasn't.
I had David Mazzucchelli, and I'm pretty sure it was Batman Year One. He was the comic book director at the time.
So I think he did the Batman Year One. Yep. So Year 100. Sorry,
Oh,
that's what I
okay.
got it wrong. He did Batman Year 100, and that was an incredible piece of work.
It's fascinating how I don't think I'll ever get over the concept of how interconnected and um, uh, lucky we are to be in an industry that has so many like powerhouses and things that we grew up loving. Artists or what have you, just still working to this day, still connecting with people, and
Mm.
like you talking about someone like Matt Forsyth and you having a friendly relationship with someone who a lot of people look as like, oh, he's a superstar in this
And
industry, and you
but he's a person as well,
what?
you know. But he's
Yeah,
a person as well,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And that's I've got so much love for this dude. Matt's a person as well, and you know, it was really good to have somebody talk to me as a person and like relate to me and relate to the struggles that I'm going through, even though they had been in the industry for a lot longer than I had been. And it kind of reassured me. It made me understand that some of this stuff doesn't go away. You just learn how to work around it and work with it and work
Yep.
through it, you
Yep.
know? So that was a massive reassurance. And that was because of the relationship I had with Matt. Um, or I have with Matt, should I say? And Matt gets funny sometimes because I've been a fan of his work for a long time, and I know deep cuts, like real deep cuts. And as you do, you forget stuff. Like you forget that you worked on stuff, because we're always working, we're always moving forward. And I will drop a deep cut on him sometimes, and it will freak him out. Like what? Like, yeah, I own deep cuts of his
Yeah,
work
yeah,
from as far back as 2011, and the funny thing about that is people do that to me now, and I haven't even been around that long, but people will drop like a deep cut from something that I did ages ago, and I'm like, oh my God, how do you even remember that? So yeah, Matt's a great dude, and he's been such an absolute blessing to know.
it's like Nardwar, if you know who Nardwar is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Guy
yeah, yeah.
who like knows everything about everybody and like always
Like
surprises.
the stuff that people have forgotten about
Yeah, yeah,
themselves. Like,
exactly.
yeah.
Um, with with the work that do you have stuff lined up for many a moon going forward, or because you
I
three books?
do. I have quite a lot
Yeah,
of work on at the moment, which again, in the time that we're in at the moment, very very lucky to be in that position. Do not take that for granted at all.
yep.
Yeah, I have quite a lot of work on at the moment, quite a lot, and it seems to be growing every day as well. Like the stuff just keeps coming through the door, and again, it's just like, okay, thank you. I am very very grateful to be in that position. Like stuff just keeps coming through the door. Yeah, so that's not something I worry about at the moment.
The
And
Yep.
also, I'm ridiculously good at creating work for myself. Like ridiculously good. Like ridiculously good.
Are you with um with the stuff that you're making and the stuff that you're working on? Are you relatively fast, or is that
No, that's part of the problem. I'm bloody slow. I'm so slow.
okay?
It's part of the problem. Like it's really part of the problem. My agent has a love-hate relationship with this. She's very much like, hey, Dapo, can you put a pin in the ideas just for now? Like, let's finish what we have on the table before we start creating more stuff.
Yeah. Is that
Like,
has that always been sort of a issue, or is that something that happens because of the industry? Like, there's sometimes
it's a two, yeah,
single
go on.
image is not hard to manage, but a book can be super taxing depending on who you are.
Right. So I think it's because of I think for me, it goes back to the whole kind of still learning thing. Like, I'm still learning. There's still so much stuff that I'm learning. So, like, the book tends to take ages like the draft stage is still something I struggle with because I'll be in my head all the time. That whole tightening up thing that I mentioned earlier, that starts to happen. And I have to learn when to stop myself from doing that. Like when to be like, okay, look, walk away from this and then come back to it tomorrow and you know, work on it again. Like come back to it tomorrow, work on it again with a fresh pair of eyes. Yeah, that still happens. I'm still sort of, and each book presents a new challenge. Yeah, there's still so much stuff to learn, so much stuff happening. You know, I don't think I've gotten to that place where I think some people might have gotten to, where it's just become the same thing. It's monotonous. I haven't gotten there yet.
That's
Like,
that's a deep-seated fear of mine, is that I'm going to get to that point and start to replicate the exact same thing over and over and over again.
I've seen your work. I don't think your work leaves room for that to be the
No,
case. Like, I
but
think
it's still
there's
like
there's a fluidity that your work has. I think there's this sort of painterly quality that your work has, because obviously I think it is all painted. So there's this painterly quality that your work has that doesn't. I don't know. It would be hard to imagine someone like you just like pumping out books that have the same compositions and the same. I don't know. It would be tricky.
see, sadly, I feel like there is that happens periodically, and it's a matter of just I'm trying to figure out how to navigate some of that. But again, it's the same. Like it's the what do I want to say? It's like the not imposter syndrome, but it's a self-inflicted wound in this case where I'm seeing it, and maybe it's not everybody else is seeing it, but I see them
Mm.
easily compared. I want to talk a little bit about style and
Ooh.
a dangerous word, I know, and I style is not the right word, voice, but thinking about sort of your aesthetic and sort of how that came to be. I mean, I know that you studied lots of folks and sort of, you have a history with art and art making, but obviously you've come to your own sort of conclusions and your own voice in this, and I'm wondering sort of how that manifested.
So it's really cool that you think it's manifested, because I don't. I am still figuring that out. Like, I think the one thing I can speak to is being able to look back over a body of work and see some patterns. But looking ahead, making decisions, that's still something I'm still very much learning how to do and how to trust myself to do. The new book I have coming out next week, it's probably the first time I've ever worked in that style. I threw it back to this kind of Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab
Yeah,
kind of,
the
um,
Super Go
yeah,
Girl.
retro
Yep.
modern, yeah, a kind of retro modern cartooning style. And I loved it. I really, really loved working in that style. So that's completely new. That's not like anything else that I have out in publication. So I'm still in this space where I'm trying different things, where I'm trying to figure stuff out, trying to have a catalog of marks that I've made and compositions and styles and all those things. So like it's still an ongoing thing, and even in that way of exploring things, I kind of came to this conclusion, because that's the question everyone asks, like, how do you figure out your style?
Yeah.
Style. I kind of came to this conclusion that you don't figure out your style. You just like you figure it out, if you do figure it out, or you figure it out by looking back over a body of work. Like, you can't figure out a style. You can't predict a style. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't predict a style. Like, that's just really, really hard to do. Like, I don't understand people that, and I think a lot of people stress themselves out trying to do that, like trying to predict a style looking forward. I just don't do that. It's not worth doing.
Just make work that's natural to you, and
Yeah. And also play around, like a style should not be something that you come out with out the gate. And also, work gets boring if it's the same all the
yep,
time. Like, if
yep.
there's no kind of, if you only ever draw eyes this way, if you only ever do that this way. I'm currently watching One Piece, and I love the style that Oda has, and it's really interesting seeing if they are. I don't know if they're actually true to the comics or not. I haven't read the manga, but it's really interesting seeing the evolution of the way that the characters are depicted over time. Like, so, when it comes to style, watching that show really helped me understand that it's okay to start off a certain way
And trend.
because,
Yeah.
yeah, over time, you can grow that style, you can evolve that style, you can push that style. And I think that's something that publishers still struggle with. Like, for our picture book lookup, the last book now in 2023, Nathan and I are going to revisit the series again, hopefully at some point in the future. And I know for a fact that the way that I draw now is not the way that
It's,
I drew back
yeah.
then. So I just hope that the publisher is open to that.
I've had,
Like, I think they will be.
yeah, I think, especially if you can like contextualize it, if
Yeah.
there's, I mean, like if you go in knowing, oh, I want to try these new visual aesthetics or something of the sort, and you're at the process of writing it, or Nathan is in the process of writing it, you have
Mm.
this option to sort of make that part of
The
that
journey.
equation,
Yeah.
contextualize it in a way where it doesn't feel like it's a dramatic shift, that it makes sense for what's going on.
Mm.
Um, it's a yeah, it's a little challenging and a little hard to manage. I think that the sentiment of just let stuff happen and be willing to accept that your artwork is going to change or evolve, or that your style is going to come from sort of letting it be and not forcing it, is such a smart mentality.
Oh, it took a while.
Or,
It took a while to get there.
yeah,
It took a while to get there. It definitely took a while
well,
to get
especially
there.
if
This
you
is not
were
something,
studying the book so often and trying to figure out how it all worked, and
yeah.
getting caught up in like, oh, this is how they did it, and then you have the tendency to look and go, well, that's the way I need to do it. Like,
Hmm.
I'm sure you've broken from that form many a time since.
Yeah, it
Um,
took a while. It took a while. It took a little while to kind of get to that space where I'm like, okay. And even the confidence in my own ability is taking a little while. Like, it is taking some time to to get that confidence up. Like,
in the sense of just
it's
like you you still have, is it imposter syndrome in the sense of like,
oh, I don't think imposter syndrome goes anywhere. I don't think it does. Like, speaking to people that I know that have been in the game
yeah,
for just tons of years, I don't think it goes anywhere. I think there's an illusion that it goes
no,
somewhere. I think people think that you reach mastery. I don't think you ever reach mastery. I think you just keep going, and I think you just learn to live with this imposter syndrome. If anything, as well, imposter syndrome to me is a sign that this is it's exciting, if
yeah,
that makes any
yeah,
sense. It's exciting. It's like, okay, this is a challenge.
it's, you want to live on
I think
the edge of,
exactly, and I think the day I stop feeling that is the day I kind of stop caring, if I'm going to be
yep.
honest.
No, that makes sense. I've talked to a few folks who have said that they don't really have imposter syndrome, and I'm always perplexed. And to be honest, I don't always.
I think they're lying,
Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. I don't think they're being
and I
100%
think they're
truthful,
being
or
honest
they have a different perception of what we're talking.
of what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they don't recognize that
yeah.
feeling as imposter syndrome, and that's what it is. Like, you know, so I'm not, it just is what it is. I'm not like, I don't beat myself up over it. It is annoying, it is niggling, but just learning that it's because you care. Because if you don't care, like if you don't care, it's just like, I don't care.
Why,
I don't care how this turns out.
why even
Why
try?
do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that I think the idea of sort of living on the edge and trying to push in some sense at all times and figure out sort of what you can get away with is so good. I mean, that's one of the things I liked about you saying at the beginning, that sort of the idea of questioning a lot of things. I like that idea of not necessarily that you have to constantly be on edge and go like, well, what does this mean? Why am I doing this, or anything of the sort? But that idea of like wanting to potentially break rules and know what you can get away with.
But isn't what we do questioning though? Like, isn't it just questioning? Like when you're telling a story, you're questioning things. You're answering a
Yeah,
question. You're like, I call it problem solving. Like it's what we do, and I think that's the element of that graphic design course that stuck with me. Like, the problem is this story. How do I tell this story? You know,
I was saying to
like,
in tea last night, actually, sort of a in the same vein, but a little bit of a different mentality of the role of illustrators is not always to answer the questions, but to provide the question itself to the audience and allow them to answer it.
Yeah.
And that idea of
Allow
like,
them to answer it, bring their own experiences to the answer.
Yeah. Let them sit there and go, oh, this is why I think that character is sitting over there, or this is why, whatever it may be. That's sort of our role in some sense too. Do you find right now that you're seeing any specific trends in particular with kidlit? And I ask this because I always think it's sort of an interesting historical sort of threshold that we're in, or a point that we're in, where stuff like, I've heard of a lot of folks not having as many contracts, myself included, that books are not coming at the same rate that they once were, pre-pandemic. And I'm wondering, sort of, have you seen that? Do you think that, do you have any take on sort of the industry itself, given the situation that we're in? Loaded question.
Takes? No, I'm just trying to think. I've had this discussion so many times, in different ways, and I'm trying to just think what to bring to this from those conversations. And I think one of the things I noticed was post BLM, there was this surge of books being bought by Black authors.
Yeah.
And that has dropped off a cliff.
Yeah.
That has absolutely dropped off a cliff. So that's one of the things that I've noticed change. In terms of trends, I think, graphic novels are definitely in. That's the only kind of trend that I can say that I've really noticed. What else have I noticed? Yeah, I think we are definitely in an interesting time in kidlit. I think it's entertainment across the board, because I hear a lot of stuff from friends who work in animation. About how much animation has changed and how much that sucks right now, and how everyone is looking for work. So that's happening.
I've heard those same conversations, those same, like, that work has diminished dramatically in that. And it's sad to see that. And I'm interested to see how it affects even on the collegiate level that I teach at, or what you would call university. How that manifests itself in, like, what students are interested in pursuing. And the industry, that are they cognizant enough of how things are changing to make a decision about what direction they go in based on some of those markers of market viability and things of the sort. But we will see.
That's something that's going to have to be seen at a later date. I do worry for the next generation of artists. I really do. I think, there are people that are being pushed to go the AI route because, they're like, what's the point? I might as well learn this thing. There was, especially with Black creators, I think there was this thing that I was spotting online. I was seeing it happen a lot. Like, people were saying stuff like, what they were fear mongering. They were like, oh, you don't want to get left behind. You don't want to get left behind. You want to make sure you get on that AI. And I'm like, no, I just don't trust anything that somebody uses fear mongering to try to get me to take up. No, it's just a no. And I saw a lot of that happening.
I mean, I see a lot of that in the collegiate world too, of people trying to push that idea of, like, it is going to be industry standard going forward, and I don't necessarily see that it's going to be. I think it is right now, but give it a certain amount of time, and I think it's going to diminish.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to diminish, because what's the world going to look like when everything is the same?
Yep.
What's the world going to look like when everything's the same? And this is what I tell people. I tell people that now is the time to sharpen your skills. Now is the time to develop your skill set, to really push, to really practice, to really kind of, figure out who you are and what you want to do, kind of thing. Because I think it's going to swing back around again. And I've been here a short amount of time. a relatively short amount of time, and I've seen a pattern already. Like every decade or so, especially when it comes to diversity, there'll be this, there'll be this big cry out like, "Oh my God, everything is the same. We need more diversity." And then, there'll be this hunt for
Yeah.
diversity. And I think you got to be ready with your projects. You got to be ready with your work when that time swings back around. I don't know what can be done to change that so it doesn't keep happening this way. So a part of me, the cynical part of me, thinks that the industries like it this way, because
Yeah.
they've made it this way. Like, we didn't do this, they did this. So, I think they like it this way. I think they like the sort of the wheel of trends is what I call it. I think they like that. And I just don't have any answers as to what can be done to break free from that. But I definitely think we need to break free from that because it's not sustainable.
I think there's always going to be that sort of pendulum of um, uh, challenge and what do I want to say? Like the work itself is always going to go through these cycles. Like right now, yeah, Kidlit's struggling a little bit in the sense of like there's not buying as many books and things of the sort. But I also think that it's going to come around, and the same thing happened to editorial when, and I'm sure it's happening now too with the AI. But when uh, stock art came around, or when digital art came around, there were a lot of people saying like, "Well, it's the end of painters," and it comes back, and so it's a matter of just can you wait it out? Don't sell the farm at this.
Yeah, and don't become disillusioned. I know it's easier said than done.
Yeah,
I think with me, a lot of the work I have to look forward to, fortunately, was contracts that were signed before AI became what it is
yeah,
now. So, quite fortunate with that. So I know I'm in a somewhat privileged position, but I think the markets have changed as well. So even if I do make these books, there's a concern and a worry that they might not receive the attention or the shelf
yep,
space, because, you know, books by Black creators are no longer in trend or in vogue. And it's on a level, it's a worry that remains to be proved for me. I don't know if I can say that. I don't want to jinx myself, but it remains to be proved when it comes to my work. But it is a worry I have based on what I've seen happening in children's. And I think I have this thing, children's publishing, where I just don't understand how adult publishing manages to separate itself so much from children's. Like, and I say that because I feel like we make their readers. So I just don't
yeah,
understand. I don't get how they don't get that. Like, I don't get how they don't get that. Like, children's publishing is, if I'm correct, I think it makes more money than adult publishing year on year. Um, and I think that it makes more money than the adult publishing year on year, but I just don't understand how it's treated as this, for want of a better term, this childish endeavor. You
yeah,
know, it's just I just that just does my head in. That part really really does my head in. Like, and I feel like if we had some of the resources available to us that adult publishing has, like in terms of shelf space, for example, in terms of media space, if that was available to us, children's publishing could be so much more than it is for the book creators. You know, like, we are fighting over here to have like space in newspapers for reviews. You know, like, I think you guys have a somewhat better system. Yeah, I think you
yeah. But
you place. Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say yeah, but it's still the you're right in the sense of um, it's sort of its own little branch that people in the industry really pay attention to it, but outside of
Yeah,
not it's not thought about on the same level.
yeah, and all of this before we even get to how the world has been taught to view visual artists by publishing. Like, it's such a crazy thing to me because I think publishing definitely taught people how to look at us, how to see us, how to hold us. Because I'm having to re-educate people on how they see the visual artists that make the stuff, the content that they consume, like all the time. Like that whole thing where, like, I'm sure you've come across my posts about it, where artists are being left out of book promo.
Mm-hmm.
That just absolutely pisses me off, no end. And it was just such a common thing. Like, you'll see a brand new author, they'll be like, "Oh my god, look at my book cover, my book cover review," and there's the artist, the mention of the artist is nowhere. Like, it's nowhere, and nobody is clocking this, you know. So here comes me. I'm like, "Hey, lovely book cover. Did you draw it? Because if you
Yeah,
didn't, then you might want to mention the name of the
give
person
credit.
who did, you know."
Well, I would even venture to say that there's what's interesting to me, and obviously there's stuff like the Caldecott and there's stuff like the Newberry and things of the sort, but there's oftentimes when you read a review, yeah, it's the author is the headline, and the art itself is oftentimes a like 2 sentence thing at the end, and that can be very, very frustrating, especially if you're putting in as much time and effort. Now, that's not the fault necessarily of the publisher
The author,
or
it's
the author, it's the industry at a large.
right. And this is why I say, I'm like, hey, I'm not knocking authors when I say this,
Yeah.
but I'm also saying that it doesn't hurt for you, the author, to realize that this is a problem, because you would hate to be left out of this. You know, you would absolutely despise if your name was left out of this, the publication or the promotion of the book. So why is it okay to leave the illustrator's name out? Like, it's not okay. It's not the done thing at all. You know, so all that stuff's still happening, and I'm like, who made that the industry practice? You know, it didn't just happen. Like, a way that I kind of challenge people, you know, the public, people in the public, is I say to them, "Okay, your favorite book, can you remember what the front cover of the book looks like?" They're like, "Yeah, oh my god, yeah, it's an image. It's, I remember it. Like, I love it so much." Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, "Okay, that's brilliant. Can you tell me who made it?"
Mm-hmm.
Absolute silence.
Yeah, it's the
Absolute
author.
silence.
The author tends to get the. I mean, hey, you get the same thing, and I don't mean to sound like a curmudgeon here, but the bookshelf, it's always listed by author first.
Mm-hmm.
And as an illustrator, like even my bookshelf here, we have it by author, and yet most of the books I got because of the illustrator first.
Right. So you're better than me. I have everything by Illustrator first.
Yeah.
Everything. And I can't help that, because that's how I learned about the
Yep.
work. Like, I couldn't tell you who wrote Mark Butavont's books. I couldn't tell you. I could tell you he illustrated them. I couldn't tell you who wrote Leo's books. I can tell you he illustrated them. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, and that's just how my mind is. That's how my mind is programmed. Like, I could tell you everything that the illustrators did, all the work they did, but I could not tell you for the life of me who wrote that book,
It's
you know. And maybe that's not a great thing, but it's just my way of balancing the scales, I guess. Like,
it's it's we. I mean, same for me. There's lots of books I have that I can immediately tell you. Now there are some authors that do get sort of ahead of the curve on that, where I go, oh, I know who wrote that one, or things of that sort. But it's I am such a visual person that you're right. I look at that cover and immediately know who the artist is, and I need to dive deeper.
because that's
But
yeah, because that's the reason why it's on my
I
shelf.
also know that like I need to be mindful that I don't fall prey to um, ignoring the author, because everybody needs their fair share in
Yeah.
the equation.
No, I definitely try not to do that, because again, I'm not trying to. This isn't about, like, it's not. I'm not trying to be petty
Us
with
versus
it, but
them. Yeah.
it's, yeah, exactly. We all work together, so I definitely try not to do that. But it is because I'm such a visual person. I could tell you everything about an artist, and sometimes it's like, oh crap, I didn't even know that the person wrote the book. And this is particularly embarrassing when I meet the author.
Uh-huh.
And it's happened before. I've met the author of a book that I really, really like, and they've told me, "Oh yeah, I wrote that book." And I'm like, "Oh my god, I love that book. I didn't know that you wrote that book." Like, so yeah, that's happened before. But it's never like, I don't know, it's never a thingy, it's always kind of done innocently enough, you know.
Do you do you get out to a lot of events in general?
I try not to anymore because of work, and also I used to live in London, and London was like the hub for everything, and I don't anymore, so it's really expensive to get into town. So I try not to kind of be at everything, but I used to get out to quite a few things, and there's always something going on. That's another part of it. There's just always something.
Yeah.
And it is nice to socialize. It is nice to meet people. But again, with the anxiety thing, it can get a little bit overwhelming sometimes. So I try to stagger it.
Yeah.
Like I try to leave room to be missed.
Yeah. Manage your time so you're not burning yourself out over it all. Um,
Yeah.
the how far outside London do you live now?
I live in a small city called Manchester, and Manchester's really nice. It's about 4 hours drive outside of London. 4 hours drive, couple of hours by train, depending on the train that you catch. Yeah, it's not too
But
crazy
Manchester's a
outside of London.
big
It,
town, right?
it is, yeah, 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 yeah. It's a
Okay.
nice big town. Yeah, it's nice. I've been here for a year and a bit now, just over a year. Yeah, it's nice. I miss London. Definitely trying to come back to London because I think my whole community is in London. Grew up in London. Everything was London,
What
so I'm definitely coming back.
where in London are you from?
So I grew up in an area called Brixton, which is in the southwest of London. SW9. Yeah, I love Brixton. Grew up there. I went to school in an area called Croydon, which is further south of the river. And yeah, those are my old stomping grounds. And I lived in Hackney, which is east. I lived there for a few years, about 13 years before moving to Manchester.
One of the things that I'm wondering is hearing we are big Taskmaster fans in this house. The show Taskmaster.
Oh, the show. Yeah,
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 and
yeah, yeah.
so they just had Fatia El Ghori,
Jason. Yeah, she was brilliant.
and
Yeah.
and the
And
way that she
Jason
said, yeah,
Matsukas.
Jason Mantzoukas. We're big Mantzoukas fans here. That's one of the reasons why we really wanted to watch this last season. But in particular, Fatia saying "bruv"
Bruv.
all the time. I was like, "Yeah, rum. Like, what part
I
of
feel
England?"
like it gives not the wrong impression, but it gives a set impression of the UK. And not everybody in the UK sounds like that. Like,
No.
look at how regional your accents are in
Oh
America
yeah,
as
yeah,
well. It's the same in the UK. It's
yeah. There's
exactly the same.
seeing all the seasons because we watched all the seasons and like you start to pick up on the accents, but I have not been able to place where certain
Fatia's
are
accent
from,
comes from.
and so like
It's a mixture of, like, I don't know, it's like East London kind of slang. I don't know if I can call it that. It's East London slang. It's yeah. It's from ends. It's like,
well,
yeah, it's
it's
recognizable.
hearing them talk about sort of like, oh, you're from this location because of this accent, and like it's some of them are really pronounced, and then some are very subtle. Just like the states, if you heard someone from New York and you heard someone from Texas, they're going to be very very different.
Very different, yeah.
Their cadence and whatnot, and so it's always kind of fun to watch those shows and try to figure out like, okay, this person is from here and this person's from there, and
Yeah.
this is where we're getting this accent, and this is where we're getting.
Wait till you start hearing, like, Liverpudlian accents and Mancunian accents and stuff. That will throw you. That throws me,
Wait,
and I'm
what
from the
was
UK.
what was the first one?
Liverpudlian. So Liverpool
Oh, okay.
is a Liverpudlian accent.
That's what I thought you
Yeah.
said. Yeah, I've heard some from there, and I've yeah, it's a distinct.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like, and that's the thing. And there's this whole thing that sometimes growing up as a black person, people are like, "Oh, what's your accent?" Oh, I'm like, "Hey, hey, hey, we're not the only people that have accents. Like,
No,
black
we
people
got
to us have accents like galore." So I don't get how because we're ethnics, we got labeled with,
oh
you know,
more
accents.
meaning more
I mean,
accents were implied.
yeah,
It was implied that you had a stronger accent than other. I know
yeah.
that I have this like Midwest accent that pops up all the time that everybody teases me about around here in the East Coast. But it's okay. I understand it. I get it.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's just your accent. It's
yeah,
just,
but
it is what
I
it
was
is.
super strong accent for where I grew up, but it's
Mm.
the one thing that I will say, and this is me being sort of silly here. I do love some of the terms. What were we watching where someone said like, um, it's like you took the piss out of me.
Oh, I
And
love it. Yeah.
like some of the
That really Americans love that. They love that stuff. Like they absolutely love
or,
that. They eat that up.
or jumpers. I think jumpers are so much
Jumpers.
better than sweaters. Like,
Yeah.
love the term. And like, there's so many things where I'm like, I wish that was common around here. Because if I were to start to say those, then everybody would
They
look at
look at you like you
me
were
doing.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
They look at you like
Well,
you
I
were nuts. Yeah.
say envelope and vase, and I get teased for that one too, even though it's not like they're real uncommon words, but it's just that pronunciation is not very standard.
I'm probably the wrong person to discuss this with because I feel like Americans butchered the English
Oh, I'm
language. I feel like you guys made it so that it would be easier for you. And I get it, I do understand it, but like pants and trousers, like chips and crisps, like what? Come on, man. Like
when we were over in Ireland last summer, I remember like before I went, I was very, very careful in calling certain things crisps or chips because of
right,
that
yeah.
separation.
Because they're a big crispy in a nation in Ireland.
Yeah,
They love crisps.
potatoes.
Like so
Yeah.
yeah, they love that. So you can't go over there and butcher that.
No, no, no,
Like
no.
that will not land well. But yeah, accents galore in the UK.
I just
Accents galore.
I love hearing it because I'm so used to um, the Boston accent at this point that
Mm.
hearing some variation is lovely. I get to when I'm in school, we have students from all over the place, but I don't feel like we get a lot of like variety of accents for the most part. Um,
How long have you been teaching for?
I've been teaching for 20. This will be my 21st year. Is that right?
Wow. What do
2000 and
you teach?
uh, illustration. So I
Oh,
teach.
so you've been teaching illustration like all this time. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I teach. I mean, I've taught animation. I've taught graphic design. I've taught a bunch of different things throughout the years.
Yeah. You're
Uh,
just teaching in the arts
yeah,
in general.
yeah. I mean, my degree, my undergrad was illustration. My master's was in visual design. And then I worked in animation for a while and whatnot, but illustration primarily. And then I do teach other stuff. Like I've taught drawing courses and
Mm.
I don't want to say like um, everything, but I've taught a little sampling of a lot of,
Bit of that,
yeah.
yeah.
And so it's fun. I
Can
thoroughly
imagine.
enjoy the experience, and it's that safety net that you talked about. This
Mm.
is the equivalent of my gym, and it allows me to not have to rely solely on contract to contract or what have you. And so I get
See,
to be a little bit
yeah.
full without the fear of stuff disappearing. It also gives me health insurance, which is another
Oh,
fun.
see, that's the thing I've been thinking about, like, the future and the sustainability of going at the pace that I'm going at all the time. So I'm like, at some point I might consider teaching.
You'd
Like
be
I
good.
might give it a thought.
I will tell you right now, you'd be
I
good because of the amount of motivational things you've said already. You would be good in a classroom.
Oh, well, thank you, because I don't know. Sometimes, like, yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, I don't know. I just sometimes sort of, I'm just talking. So I don't really know if it's landing or I don't, but yeah, thank you.
Someone pointed out to me ages ago that you need to be just a day or two ahead of the students. That's really
Okay.
all you need. And so, and it's very true that like, students will have um, their knowledge base they come with, but that idea of being motivational, and there are days where I worry that I'm talking out of my butt quite
Mm,
often. And that, it's that imposter syndrome that shows up in the classroom, essentially.
mm.
But I also know that the best thing that I can do for those students is to talk about where I've struggled and help them not
Be honest, yeah, be
get
transparent.
those same
Yeah.
things. Because if I don't, who's going to tell them that, you're getting underpaid, or that you need to deliver on time, and all these different things that are important to the illustration community.
Yeah.
And so I'm not an expert in any one thing, but I'm good at aspects that I can relay to the students. And you pick it up over time. I guarantee you would have a good time in a classroom, and you'd be very, very good. And so,
Well, I'll try it out. I've done like one or two kind of short courses with people, workshops, all that stuff in the past, and that's always been it's always gone down a treat.
yeah.
I do like character design workshops with people, and again, it's tricky sometimes because again, imposter syndrome. You start thinking, who am I to be telling people
Mm-hmm.
how to do this thing that I barely know how to do myself? So yeah, there is that. But yeah, work through it, get over it.
I will tell you,
Get stuff.
I have horrible social anxiety early on, and the thing that got me over it actually is teaching. Now I don't have a problem going out and like speaking in public, this sort, because of that constant sort of like being on stage essentially in front of the classroom. Because I was I was the one who didn't want to do or say anything in the middle of class, and now all of a sudden I can't shut up. And students know it at this point. They know I'm going to talk.
I think if you get me talking about something I love,
yeah,
I can't shut up. Like I'm good to just keep going. Like, but yeah, and if you make me forget that I'm talking, yeah, that also always turns out quite nice. Like, because if I start thinking too much about what I'm saying, or I don't know,
you just
that can
the right class to teach. That's what you need.
Yeah. I think I work better in a scenario where I'm working with the same people all the time anyway, because there's something great about building that kind of rapport with people, that trust, and seeing the evolution of the students and all that stuff. I can imagine that's also very, very rewarding and quite incredible as well. So yeah.
It's as silly as it sounds, they sort of become family and friends over time.
Doesn't sound silly at all, because you're with them for 3 years at a time, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we're with them for 4 years actually, depending on.
Yeah, that does not sound silly at all.
Someone's asking me real quick, what kind of base? I'm using illustration board for the base of my work. With you using Procreate, is that something that you have been very recent to, or is that something? I mean, I know you said that you struggle with digital, but how long have you been using Procreate at this point?
So for somebody who's been using Procreate for as long as I've been using Procreate, I shouldn't be struggling.
Okay.
But I still do. So like I've been using Procreate for 6 years, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly about 6 years I've been using Procreate for. And I shouldn't be struggling with Procreate, but I sure as shit do. Like I sure as shit do. Like I've only just started to kind of figure out some bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah.
I like how I like how I work. I like how I work on Procreate. I try and keep it about the drawing, not about the sort of digital trickery, if you will. And I keep things so simple. Like I keep things so simple. Like yeah.
Are you?
I'm
Wait,
not proficient at all.
Let me ask this then. What's your favorite brush?
Oh, I love the sketch. They've got these brilliant pencil brushes, the sketching brushes. So the 6B pencil is phenomenal. So there's the 6B pencil and the Bonobo chalk. I think I got them on screen.
Everybody loves that It's my favorite one, 6B pencil.
Oh, it's so crisp, right? Like it's so satisfying as well.
It's one of the first pencils they made for it, and just everyone loves that one.
Yeah,
it's so funny that I go to.
Yeah, I bought a ton of like brushes and I don't use them. Like they're just there. Like I don't use them.
There's gouache one that I use that I bought, and an inking one that I use that I bought. Other than that, it's all 6B pencil.
Yeah, I bought this watercolor set that I'm using now to color this Superman, these Superman drawings, and I like it. It just has this nice feel to it. Like I've always been trying to figure out how to make my work soft, because I do sometimes have this thing where my hand is quite heavy. I don't know if you ever get that. Like when I'm mark making, my hand is really, really heavy. So yeah, I try to kind of make it so that yeah, my work can be, yeah, try to find new ways to make things soft. I love a black line. Like I really, really love a black line. I'm a sucker for like line art and just the different things that can be achieved with just line art. Um, so I'm just trying to sort of focus on that at this stage of things. Like I'm trying to, yeah, I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn that. I'm trying to, because I used to, my old work looked very different to the stuff that people know me for. Even this, what I'm drawing today, it just looks very different to any of the stuff that people know me for. You know, I'm known for Rocket, I'm known for kidlit stuff, and this looks very different to that. Um,
Do you try to introduce new things on a regular basis? Like
so
the
that
equivalent.
was
Go,
what
go,
Goat Goal
go ahead,
was.
please.
Yeah, that's what Goat Goal was. Like, you know, I have a harder line in Goat Goal. Like, you know, there's an emphasis on line art, um, solid shapes, and all that stuff. It tried to straddle this kind of fence between picture book and comic book.
And that comes out what, like next week? Is that right?
Yeah, next week it's out Tuesday in the States and Thursday in the UK.
Okay. That's yeah, no, I'm excited for that one. The I can't think, you mentioned before like the Powerpuff Girls sort of element. And I'm trying to think of who the guy is, what the name was of the guy that did.
Oh, Mark, sorry, somebody just tried to call me, so I missed everything you just said
Oh,
after I said the dates the
oh,
books came out. Sorry, what was that? Go
no
again.
worries. I was saying the I'm trying to remember who you had mentioned with the Go Girl book that there was uh that you were sort of referencing the Powerpuff Girls and whatnot. I can't think of the guy who that's based, like the illustrator that comes from.
Isn't
Uh,
it Gendy Tartakovsky?
oh, oh yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. I
So
was,
like Gendy's work is phenomenal. Primal is incredible. The series that he's been working on uh lately, that's incredible. He also did the Unicorn Warriors Eternal, I think, and him and a guy called Stefan Di Stefano, who's on Insta. All the people, when Mark posts this video up, if Mark, do you post this
I
video onto your page?
do. Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna come into the comments and just leave the names of the people that I've mentioned in the
Oh,
video.
that.
But yeah, Stefan Di Stefano is a phenomenal illustrator. I think he did a lot of the character design work and the cleanup work on Primal and Unicorn Warriors Eternal, and his work is amazing. And him and a phenomenal character designer called Danny Hines. Shout out to Danny. You know, I've learned a lot from looking at their work. And one of the things that I really want to get better at is cartooning. Like I love the vibes. That's the best way I'm going to describe it. I love the vibes that cartooning brings to work. I love seeing that evolution over the decades from retro modern to the stuff we had in the 90s with Dexter's Lab and Powerpuff Girls to Gendy's work on Samurai Jack, all of that stuff, and the cartooning that goes into that is something that I'm really fixated on at the moment, and I'm trying to figure out how to bring it into my own work.
There's a great book that I bought ages ago that was about, I think it was United Artists animation back like 60s and 70s. That's, if anybody is interested in like cool character design setup, it's akin to sort of like the old like Flintstones and Warner Brothers, yeah,
Hanna-Barbera kind
Hanna-Barbera
of.
kind of stuff. But I think it was like Pink Panther and just very, very shape oriented that I should go back and look at, because when I got the book, I was not super shape.
Yeah, you weren't fixated on
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
and so like I'd love to go back and get. I think I have it at school, or maybe it's out in my garage right now that I need to go hunt down. Um, but it's that same sort of setup of just like how great design work and great characters can make such a impact on content for illustration and things of the sort. It looks like our feeds have gone blurry for a second. It may.
Yeah. How does that
Uh,
work?
it's just it's a issue with the internet and upload
Oh,
feeds and whatnot. It should correct itself in just a minute.
okay.
But um, trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this superhero here thing that I'm doing. I don't
Mhm.
know.
I was gonna draw because I think you're making a battle scene, right? There's a
It,
fight scene going
yeah,
on.
that's this like mole man grabbing jewels, and then
Oh, cool.
it's uh, it's the sketch. It probably isn't visible because of the blur, but it's a little kid zapping. I never do superheroes, so it's my first attempt at doing some superhero stuff. Um,
So Goat Girl was mine, and I think I caught like a small bug for it. So yeah, I'm just trying to sort of yeah. Goat Girl was my first time drawing superheroes
yeah,
properly. I think yeah, I actually no. I had drawn superheroes before, but that was a different thing. I used to do this this kind of personalized superhero portrait thing. Like I used to draw people as their favorite superheroes as a
okay,
commission,
yep.
and that was a lot of fun. That was definitely a lot of fun.
I assume that even goes back to like for me, it was lots of drawing superheroes for people when I was in middle school or what you would call secondary,
Secondary school, yeah.
and that sort of hey, draw me with big muscles, and it's like okay, um,
Hmm.
but I have not done a lot of it since. Um, I my big thing right now I've been sort of um, like the world I want to live in is not so much a fantasy superhero world, but more of a folktale world
Yeah.
of like all the old historic stuff. I just find fascinating to the same level that I think I did superheroes back in the day. And there's so many of them out there that people don't know that like characters that are important and um, challenging in some respects just because of the times they were written in, of course, but fascinating to sort of dive into.
Mm.
Um, tell me a little bit about. Oh, that blur is not going away right away. I think yours is maybe no, yours is blurry too on my end, but it should correct itself. Um,
No worries.
tell me tell me a little bit about. Has it been blurry for? My wife's watching upstairs. She just said it's been. Um,
It has been blurry for a while. I'm not sure how to correct that
yeah,
though.
there's not much we can do beyond like starting and or stopping and starting again. Um, like setting up the feed going again and whatnot.
Mm.
It can be a pain. So sometimes it corrects itself and it's just a matter of time. Um,
I did think it might have been my lens for a second because my lens can get a bit funny.
no. It's internet. It's something about the upload to Instagram. I think that's the issue. And
Mm.
so hopefully we will have that corrected in just a minute. But tell me a little bit about sort of the the process of making for you, like the sketch and um, the actual construction of the book. Like, do you have any sort of methodology? Are you someone who does lots of thumbnails? Are you someone who, like what does that look like for you?
Okay, so it looks like getting under the desk and crying while rocking back and forth. No, no. That's how it used to look. But so I only just over the last, I'd say about 3 or 4 picture books started thumbnailing. Before that, I just used to try and go straight into like tight roughs.
Okay.
And that was self-inflicted torture. Yeah, I just used to try and go straight into tight roughs, and it took me a while to appreciate thumbnailing, and how much time that saves, how much stress and energy
Yeah.
that saves as well. Like it took me a while to really, really appreciate that. So now I do, and yeah, now I'm thumbnail guy. Like
How many
I
for each
go
page or
ahead.
each spread? How many thumbnails do you think you do?
Oh, this is the problem. I still kind of do just the one,
Uh,
like unless and do you know what happens? I
yeah,
think
you do
the thumbnails,
thumbnails.
right?
There you
So
go.
the purpose of the thumbnail for me isn't to figure out the whole book. It's to get something down. So once I get something down, I like to go to the rough stage. And in the rough stage is where I start to do a lot of the problem solving
Yeah.
and figuring out. I think some people try and do that stuff in the thumbnail stage because it saves them time. And I get it. I do get it. I just don't work that way. Um, and I might learn to, but at this moment in time, I'm still stuck on the way I learned to work when I did my first book. And I am trying actively to add to that. So,
Yeah.
hence me becoming more into making thumbnails now, or understanding the need for thumbnails now. But that's still like an ongoing thing for me. Like I'm still sort of figuring out so much stuff. And with all of this that I'm telling you, I'm about to I'm about to undertake my first graphic novel. So that's gonna be interesting. And I think that's gonna be where, because I know for that I have to thumbnail.
Yeah, you have
Like,
to get that out. You can't
yeah.
wing that.
And do you know the reason why that challenge, why I decided to do that, was because I wanted to improve two aspects of my work. The first being how my shorthand is. I wanted to improve my shorthand, and then I also wanted to improve my ability to thumbnail and plan.
Was that
Like, and also I wanted to also improve my cartooning as well.
so that was an intentional decision to aim towards graphic novels because of skills, or
Yes,
just a
yes.
manifestation because of?
So a bit of both. It became an intentional thing. Initially, this was supposed to be a middle grade book, and it was supposed to be fully in prose. And what I faced was this problem where I had been, for the last, like, what, almost over half a decade, I've been consuming a lot of picture book content and a lot of graphic novel and comic content. So when it came to writing long form prose, I was really, really struggling. I haven't read anything long form in a long time, like a very, very long time. I've recently finished a few middle grade books just to kind of get my head in the right kind of zone. But everything I've been reading was like a few hundred words,
Yeah.
for years. So it was snapping back into reading long form and thinking long form was really, really hard. And I did my first six chapters. I submitted my first six chapters of the middle grade, and my agent loved it, my publisher loved it, but I realized how much it took out of me, and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to meet the deadline if I kept going at that pace. So what I decided to do was to pitch a middle grade, and in the process of pitching that middle grade, it took me 2 weeks, and I did the first chapter of the middle grade in roughs in 2 weeks, and it just flowed out of me. Like, it just absolutely flowed out of me. And that's when I realized, I'm like, oh, it sounds dumb to say it, but like that's when I realized, I'm like, oh my God, you're a visual thinker. This makes sense. You're trying to think in prose, and it's not working
Yeah.
because you're a visual thinker.
Yeah, no, I when that flows out of you like that is always lovely. I'm looking at, it looks like yeah, this blur is not going away. So what I might suggest we do, if you're up for it, and I know that it's late there too, so don't feel any pressure, but I was gonna see if I could stop this feed and then come back on with the second one. So it'll be a two-parter,
Yeah,
and hopefully that will.
we could do that.
What?
We could do that. We
Okay.
could do that. We could do that. I'll stick with you for about another half hour or so.
Okay. So
yeah,
what I'll do is I will stop the feed. Again, for anybody that's watching, I will stop the feed. I need to hit a thing to upload it, which takes about 2 minutes to Instagram. And once that's done, then we will hop back on and continue the conversation. And I will, if you just want to, once it pops back up, just ask for the invite and I'll let you in.
okay. All right. See you in a bit.
Give me just a couple minutes.
No worries, sir.
Welcome to Non-Blursville. This is part 2 of our lovely time with Dapo Adeola. I was about to say Adeola. Adeola, who I will invite in just 1 second, or he will request to join. We are both working on superhero stuff today. While I wait for him to pop on here. This was my sketch. It's a mole man collecting gems and fancy things, and a superhero boy stopping him. And so that seems to be the theme of the night. So let me see if I can probably even reach out this way. Not, you have no requests. Let's do it this way. Nope. Why am I'm hitting the wrong thing here. Hold on 1 second. Let me put in his info. There we go. I will also add in here, ask us anything. And hopefully that works. Hello. We're back.
Hey, buddy. All right, turning the camera around. Is that better?
Yeah. It seems to be much clearer on this end. It must have just like had a problem with the linking to the feed for some reason. So it happens every once in a while. We have technical issues.
Cool.
So
And we're back.
I don't remember what we were talking about, but tell me, sort of going back. Oh, graphic novel. That's what we were talking about. Aha. I have my
That's
producer,
really handy.
AKA my wife, is upstairs and she yells stuff down to me. She has watched every single one of these basically from start to finish.
That's man.
She gets to hear me talk nonstop and then put up with me talking upstairs too. So she's the real superhero in the situation. So I wanted to find out sort of a little bit about your childhood and the, like, you mentioned that you didn't have a big like reading kidlit upbringing as far as I can tell, or from what I remember. But did you have any sort of like storytelling, or because obviously like we're dealing with kidlit and we're dealing with narrative structures and we're dealing with like the ability to relay information to an audience, and I'm wondering sort of where does that stem from, your ability to do that?
From reading. From reading as a kid. I didn't have any storytelling. Wasn't a thing in the household I grew up in. It wasn't a thing. It was from me reading, like literally from reading, from consuming so much content over the years. Like that's where that came from, an appreciation of stories. So like I tell people a lot that I know what a bad story is, and I'm trying to learn what a good story is.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Like,
yeah, I like that.
I know what a bad story is. I know when this sucks. Like, but what I'm trying to learn how to do is to make it suck less. Like, and that's childhood was interesting. I think, like I said, I was not an academic anything. Like, I mean, I think I realized something about myself, and this is I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like bit arrogant, but like there are very few things that I can't do if I put my mind to it. And it took a long time to understand that about myself. Because like I said, I struggled with focus. I really struggled with focus. But it took a long time to understand how I work and to understand how my brain works and that aspect of how I learn. But once I got it, once it clicked, like it just then became a case of understanding that, okay, it sounds like duh, but like just apply yourself, figure out how you apply yourself, and just keep going, and you'll figure it out. Like there's a certain level of grit and determination that kind of feeds into how I approach everything.
Well, it's knowing where you have success and where you don't have success, and learning like your limitations and how to adapt to them does take time. Do you feel like you in over the years, do you feel like you have less challenges? Like, okay, I'm going to tell you a sort of historical side for me. I feel like I have gotten better at a lot of things in life, but I have also picked up on so many other things I got to do that I'm really bad at. So like
this is literally what I was about to say to you. What I was literally about to say to you is the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know.
Yep.
And that whole thing about being a student for life, it's not a joke. Like you have to accept that, because once you accept that, it kind of opens up this door where it makes things more fun. And it's not so much like, oh, I don't know this thing, I don't know this thing. It's like, oh, I get to learn this thing.
Yeah.
And that took a while. That took a second, because the frustration of not knowing has now been somewhat replaced with, okay, I get to learn this. And I think even with my publishers and stuff, I kind of have to convince them as well that, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. When the work is taking ages, this is a new thing. Like, this is a new thing I'm trying to learn.
Yeah.
So like, and I try to kind of encourage them to be on that learning journey with me as well. And I think that's why I have such a good team at the particular publisher that I'm at, Puffin. They are very much, and my agent is the same as well. Even though she's been in the industry for clean over a decade, she's on this learning journey with me, and that's why we make the stuff that we make.
Yeah. That's, I mean, the one of the best ways to teach that I've found throughout the years is, if you don't know it, like, as a teacher, is to learn it alongside
the student. Yeah.
So they see that you're also in process, and that you're also sort of picking up on things and interpreting and whatnot. And so, yeah, that's a solid venture. And it's hard for, especially if someone's like been in the industry for a long time, to admit that they don't know things, because there is or at least I have found there's lots of folks who want to say, I got this all figured out.
Yeah. And that's a silly thing.
Yeah.
Very, very, very silly thing, because there's so much to be gained from just getting over that hurdle of not knowing and being like, hey, I don't know this thing. Like, let's learn it together. Like,
there's a lot that I don't know. I will flat out admit that. And there's a lot that I'm still trying to figure out on a regular basis. I don't know how much that happens to you, but
all
like
the time.
The sense of like, I have started to try to correct my posture of thinking that I will be embarrassed if people find out I don't know
that
something.
I don't know something.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I never had that. Like, so that was my thing. I was very much like, yeah, I don't know this thing. Like, and I'm not gonna pretend like I do. And because I'm like that, I think it throws people off. Like, it really, really throws people off sometimes.
Because it's
like,
not common to admit an inefficiency in any way in culture.
So that's the thing. That's the problem that I have with how we were raised and socialized as adults. Like, adults have this stupid thing, this really, really stupid thing, where they don't like children to know that they don't know stuff. And then you grow up as a child thinking adults have all the answers until you become one. And then you're like, nobody knows anything. Like, nobody knows anything. And then there's this deep disappointment. I don't know about you. I had it. Deep disappointment when you realize nobody knows anything and everybody's just kind of making it up as they go along. So like, I try and encourage parents especially to stop doing that with their children. Like, don't act like you know everything, because kids aren't stupid. They're going to pick up on that. They're going to pick up on that. Don't act like you know everything. And then I think we were at this comic book festival once, Thought Bubble Comic Book Festival a couple of years ago, and a parent literally burst into tears. Like, she was crying. It was a deep thing, because we were on a panel talking about the books we make and children and all this stuff. And I was like, I find a lot of parents, they freeze when it comes to picture books that deal with heavy topics. And they freeze, and that's an obstacle for us as the people that make the books, because these parents are freaking out. And I'm like, it's because the book is dealing with a subject that they are not familiar with, a subject that they don't have any answers for the questions that will come from their child. So they panic, and the first thing they want to do is cancel that book, and I'm like, no, like, instead of banning the book, why not have a conversation with your child? Why not say to your child, when they come at you with that difficult question about genders and all that stuff, why not just say, hey, I don't know, but we can find out together,
Yeah, they haven't processed it themselves.
And that fear kicks in straight away. That's the first thing that kicks in, this massive fear, and it just kicks in, and then it just overrides everything. And then let's get rid of that book. Let's get rid of that book, because that book has shown us that we don't know stuff. Let's get rid of it.
Are you having, I mean, obviously, like, America has its problems right now, and lots of them. I'm not I'm not going to deny that of any sort. I'm wondering, are you having book bans like we've had?
We are not having book bans, not the same way that you guys are having them, but what we are having is a sort of silent clampdown, if you will, on
Okay.
a silent clampdown on things like teaching race theory in school and stuff like that as well. A denial, if you will, of the racist problems that this country has. So, like, the thing about the UK is wherever America goes, the UK is sure to follow.
Yeah.
And even now with you guys and the cuts on Medicaid and stuff, we have a version of it going on over here where disabled people and their benefits are being targeted. Um, yeah, so that's happening, and it's not a good thing. Tom is asking, oh, that's
Oh, Tom Booth.
yeah,
Yeah.
Tom Booth, yeah. Hello,
What was
Tom.
he asking about?
Tom is asking, is it true you don't need an agent to get published in the UK? What's something else authors may not know about the industry across the pond? I mean, our industries are very similar, and it's not that you don't need an agent to get published in the UK. I mean, you don't. I think it's the same in America as well. I know some people that are
Yeah.
unagented, and they were just talented enough to break through, or popular enough to break through, if you will. I don't know, but you don't need an agent to get published in the UK. But I would advocate for you to have an agent should you want to get published, because it definitely helps when it comes to navigating the industry. I think the biggest differences that I've noticed industry wise is that you guys have a really, really cool library system. Like we have the same over here, but I think ours is really underfunded. I don't know, it might be the
Oh,
same. You might turn around and tell me now,
yeah,
but
ours are underfunded 100%.
yeah,
That is,
ours is really yours just seems, maybe it's me like looking from across the pond, but yours seems a lot better organized than ours. Like,
it depends.
ours
Depends on the
seems
library. Like the New
mm,
York Library, like I'm sure they get lots of donations, but they don't get a lot of funding from the government of any sort.
mm,
But I can imagine. I mean, there's also like the difference of, and this is my assumption, but there's also the difference of like the historical context of what's in libraries in different areas. Like your country's history goes back so deep. There's probably a much richer like history in the library than potentially what we have in states. But no, it's yeah, everybody's in trouble trying to hunt down money
mm,
in all instances to survive at this point. It's sad.
mm. Yeah, I mean, there isn't much in the way of difference, I think, in what you guys have over there and what we have over here.
Yeah.
There isn't that much, from what I've seen anyway.
Do you find that like do you get out to the library often?
Not as often as I would like. I just launched something in the UK called the Summer Reading Challenge. And that was super fun. And it was launched in the Manchester Central Library.
Okay.
And we do a lot of events in libraries. We've done quite a bit, especially in Manchester. We've really, really done the library circuit over here, but not as often as I would like. I would love to be able to do it more. And the way that I look at it is, I've just started. Like, I haven't even clocked a decade in this industry, so there is so much time for me to still get around. Hopefully, nothing crazy happens in the next couple of years where libraries become this absolutely, rare thing. And I'm still able to get around, like hopefully that's the case and I'm still able to get around. But I've always looked at it as there's time.
Yeah. I'm sort of always interested in the like how people get access to books now beyond bookstores, or where are their points of contact with books, because it can be very, very different if you have a librarian that's at your side who's there to help you through and figure out exactly what you want, and or what would be good for you as a young reader of some sort. um, with your reading background. Well, actually, I didn't even ask this. I should ask this. I know your parents, you said that originally they wanted you to go into like into something other than art potentially, or that there was a push to be in something other than art, because of the like build a career for yourself, etc. But are they now like you got this and like
No, mine's a tricky thing. I wasn't raised in a particularly idyllic situation. So I was raised by my guardian,
okay,
and that person was preoccupied with just sort of keep saving face. They cared more about how people saw them than
mm,
anything else. And I kind of had to do a lot of self-raising, and I had to figure out a lot of things myself. So when it came to reading, for example, I was encouraged to read because my guardian didn't want to be embarrassed
ah,
by a kid who was illiterate. So I got really good at reading, but I got even better at hiding the material that she was presenting me to read, which I didn't want to read. So like you come into our flat and there'd be like a lump under the carpet
yeah,
behind the door. And if you probe that lump, that's where I've hidden the book. And I'd hide the book in the sofa. I got really, really good at hiding this book. And it wasn't because I didn't like reading, it was because I didn't like what I was being given to read.
yeah,
And then when I was about 7, my teacher at the time, in that like my new school year, she sat me in front of the bookshelf and she was like, "Hey, you can choose whatever you want." And that's the first time that anybody had ever given me choice. So that's the earliest I can remember falling in love with reading. And my first thing I picked up was Fantastic Mr. Fox by Roald Dahl and Quentin
hold on.
Blake, and that was my introduction to Blake's work. My love affair with illustration began there, and then I went on to read C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia series, and that was my love of storytelling began there. And then Brian Jake's Redwall series, and I just kept going.
I'm glad
Terry
that
Pratchett, and it just
I'm
kept going.
glad that that upbringing did not stop you from reading
Listen,
of some sort.
I went
It's so
from
easy to turn it off
right.
and not
So
read.
the complaint went from he doesn't read to he's reading too much, because I was reading all the time. I'd be at the dinner table consuming books because what the books gave me as a kid was an escape from my actual
Yeah,
situation that I lived in. Like, so, they provided me with an escape, and I used to just read all the time. I used to devour books all the time. But I learned a lot from that upbringing. I learned so much from having to self-raise. I learned so much. You know, I again, everything about life has been patchwork. Like, I've had to figure out so many things by myself, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Like, it's
yeah.
presented its own challenges and stuff. Therapy was interesting, but but I'm okay with it. Like, I've made peace with a lot of things.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm one of the things that I've said on here quite a few times is people, um, in talking, that this has become sort of a little bit like therapy sessions,
It's
and
cathartic,
I
yeah.
am I am someone who I have realized as time goes on that had I not gone into illustration, I would have been. Now, I didn't know it at the time, but I would have loved uh, therapy and going into some sort of therapy uh, education, because I love talking about how people's brains work and their upbringings and all these things, because it's somewhat I want the opportunity to help, but also just
Learn.
I like psychology and I like this knowing about these kind of things, and you've been very open about all of that too, which has been quite lovely, because I know not everybody wants to talk about these
Made
sort
peace
of
with
channels.
stuff. I think, when you make peace with things, it's easier to talk about them.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I've made peace with a lot of things. And, again, coming from where I've come from to where I am now, yeah, I'm good. I'm okay with it. Like, it could have been so much worse, and I'm so grateful that it wasn't. And I'm so grateful that none of my light was dimmed from these
yeah.
experiences. So yeah, I've made peace with stuff.
My I'm always a very open book about all that stuff, like being on medicine for anxiety issues and things of the sort. And I think again, it helps those students and helps people who are trying to sort of figure out who they are and how they work. in this situation. I feel like almost every artist, I don't know if you've run into this, but I feel like every artist has some sort of either social anxiety
Yep.
or some sort of issue that is
We're an awkward bunch.
deep-seated, and we use art as our escapism or our way to get around it, in some sense. And I'm glad that I I was able to find art as the
A
means,
release.
yeah,
Yeah.
the solution essentially,
Yeah.
to all of that.
Yeah.
But
We're a very awkward bunch,
yeah,
artists. We're a very, very, very awkward bunch of people, and it's cool. Like it is what it is. It's yeah, we're a very awkward bunch of people, and the sooner we kind of make peace with that, the sooner we can get on with it. You know.
well, it also, like, I in teaching I've noticed this, but I also think art in general is this. It's an escapism method.
Hmm.
It's for people that are into comics, people that are into cartooning, people who are into kids books, whatever it may be. Like, I get to create a world, and I get to
Yeah.
be part of that world and think of myself as a character or what have you in this situation. And it's very much a, oh, um, I am bigger than uh,
Whatever it is
yeah,
that's
that's challenging me or whatnot. And so, like, I get to live through my characters, and that is a in my opinion a healthy thing, as long as it somehow resolves some issues that you have. Like, I've learned
yeah,
through my art who I am as a person,
yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
in all sorts of ways. So
And that's
um,
it. It teaches us so much if you're willing to sort of look at it like that. It is one of the cheapest forms of therapy that you can possibly get. Like if you're willing to look at it and see
well,
that, like
assuming you don't have to buy a lot of supplies.
I mean, obviously do therapy as well,
Yes.
like actually do therapy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely an alternative that yeah, it's therapeutic, it's cathartic, it's the whole thing, man. I just yeah, I couldn't do anything else. I don't want to do anything else. Like
When
yeah.
when you said at the beginning that that fitness is a important thing to you, what kind of fitness are we talking? Are you
Oh,
I mean, you
I hit the gym. I hit the gym.
okay?
That's I love working out. I really, really love working out. I love feeling my body, if that makes any sense. Like just, it's the thing that I walk around in all day, every day, all the time kind of thing. So I just love feeling my body. I love, being in touch, in tune
I know
with the
what you
body
mean.
that
I
I'm
don't know
walking
is
around in.
the terminology of feeling. I like feeling my body.
Yeah, it sounds a bit fruity, doesn't it? But no.
Yeah,
Um,
could go. It could
yeah, I
go a
mean
whole nother
that too
direction.
if you like it.
Um,
That too
yeah.
if you like it. But no, I just like yeah, I just like being comfortable in the skin that I'm in
Yeah.
and being in tune with how it feels, like, being me. So yeah,
I'm
like
trying to. I just recently started at well, not recently, but a couple months back, started a gym, and I'm seeing a personal trainer right now, and I'm sort of learning I'm learning what I can and can't do.
yeah.
And it's really interesting. Like, I'm trying to find the motivation to stay with it.
Mm.
And one of the things that I've been trying to, like, figure out, and I don't know if this hits you, but like the wear and tear on recovery time and making art. And like yesterday, I was probably way more productive because I didn't have the gym to attend to, and
Hmm.
today I have the gym, and I'm maybe not as fast and pick up on it as quickly. Do you work out to the point where, like, you're taxing yourself and it's hard to make artwork?
Mm, I think it's easier for me. No, I mean, I get that. Like, I think because I've been doing it for so many years, my recovery isn't an issue anymore.
Okay.
Like, so it doesn't affect me in that way. But I know that, how can I say this? I know what you mean, first of all. But I kind of feel like, yeah, because I've been doing it for so many years, it just doesn't hit me that way. It doesn't, recovery isn't a thing
Yeah.
for me the same way. And I'm guessing you are just picking this back up kind of thing.
Oh
You're
yeah.
just getting
Yeah.
into it. So the more you do it, the less you're gonna feel that. that recovery thing that you're talking about. Like, so just don't give up.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't let that stop you,
no,
because
no,
the
no.
minute you stopping and starting doesn't
It's
help.
done. No, it's more so like I know when I stand up today after doing this that my
You're
legs
gonna
are gonna wobble.
feel it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna feel it. So that's the thing. I think it's good for you to get used to that, because I don't know, because like the job that we do, sitting down all the time,
Yeah.
that's not good. Because that's the thing that I struggled with the most as well. The toll that going into this job has taken on my fitness. I went from standing at the job I'm at to sitting all the time, and because I was learning everything, learning how to make a picture book sort of from scratch, without any sort of formal training, I spent, like, I think 2018 was a really, really tough year, because I actually I might have inadvertently caused myself to develop a health condition because of it. So I would be sitting down for like 12 hours a
Yep.
day, just trying to sort of figure out things between reading picture books, and thumbnailing and sketching out roughs and looking for reference and drawing references, all that stuff, 12 hours a day. And I was achieving 4 hours of sleep. And what that did was, because I was sitting down, it created like this real tension in my hips. Like my hips were just shot to bits. And then, apart from that as well, I developed something called abnormal hypertension, which is a blood pressure condition, and that's now under control. But yeah, that was really, really touch and go for a while. Like, and all of that was because I was sitting down all the time. I, gone from a job where I was standing on my feet all the time to a job where I'm sitting down all the time. And
Yep.
my body just did not react well to it. And at the time, prior to that, I would draw. It wasn't a hobby per se, because I was freelancing, but the amount of time I'd spend drawing wasn't the same as the amount of time I spent drawing when it became a full-time thing.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think like for me, I mean I've had physical. This is for anybody that's listening. We've done this before on shows where we talk the ailments of illustration.
Yeah.
I've had physical issues with like frozen shoulders and
Yeah.
um,
Risks.
yeah, wrist issues and things. I get this weird one. I haven't been able to figure out what it is, but like my thumb. Oh, my wife just realized she has to go pick up our son.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
did you hear the "Oh my God" in the
I
background?
heard
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
I wasn't
That's
sure
my
what it was.
call, Lauren, call. Um, it's okay. My son will probably be upset about it, but
Ah,
that's a different story. But the my thumb will lock in a position sometimes, and it's got to be just because of using repetitive motions and whatnot. But it's funny how like such little things can add so much wear and tear on us over time. But
I mean, it's the repetitive nature of it, though. Like,
yeah,
that's what it is. Like, just doing the same thing again and again and again and again and again. It will cause that.
yep. One of the books that I use to teach some business practice stuff, the Graphic Artist Guild. Do you know that book? Graphic Artist
No.
Guild's Pricing and Ethical Guidelines Handbook, or Handbook of Pricing and Ethical Guidelines, whatever it is. It's a book that sort of walks through like how much you should get paid and some of the like contracts and things of that sort to make sure that you're sort of up to speed on all of it for starting out. And they added this chapter in the last one about health issues
Yeah.
and about maintaining all of that because it's so important.
Mm.
Um, it's it's one of those things that probably should be discussed more
More.
at
Like, talk
conferences
about it more.
and I mean I don't know about I know you probably have a better health system over there than what we got here in the States.
I think everyone
Yeah.
does. Like, no offense. I think
No,
everyone
no,
does.
no, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That was a
Well,
scary thing to find out about.
man, when I was in Ireland the last summer, I had we took my son for like an ear infection that he had, and what would have cost us, I'm gonna guess, we would have paid $20, but our insurance cost for it and how much they charged would have been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and it cost us I think $17.
Yep.
for something
In total,
like
and
that.
that's not
Yeah,
even with insurance or anything.
yeah. I know they were like, you can report it to your insurance when you get home to the States, and I'm like, why?
Mhm.
It's $17. It's not worth the effort and the time, and I'm not going to get anything out of it in the end.
You
So,
can't. It's not worth the claim.
yeah, it's just it is sad the difference between um, but knowing as an artist all that is challenging in a situation of physical wear and tear over time, there's going to be a stopping point for all of us where we're going to go like, oh, I've had enough, but it's
Hmm.
years out for me. Let's put it that way.
Well,
Uh,
this is one of the reasons why I decided to branch off into writing for other artists as well, because I think I want to be a storyteller for as long as I possibly can. And aside from the collaborative element of being able to see what other people do with your
yeah.
words, I want to keep going for as long as I can. And
Yep.
I also want to, at some point, hopefully, minimize the amount of drawing I'm doing. You know,
Yeah.
because at the moment this is very much a draw on demand kind of thing that's going on at the moment, you know, and I want to change that at some point to draw because I want to draw, not necessarily draw
Out
on
of need.
demand.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think there's going to be a transition. I mean, I'm only a few years ahead of you, but I've started to think about some of those like that transition in life of like, okay, is this what do I want to do long term? Are there things that
Hmm.
I want to aim towards at this point? What does retirement look
Look
like?
yep,
And it's years off. It's not anytime soon, but I'd rather have a
it
sense
creeps
of
up.
what I'm towards, a direction
It
of some.
creeps up. It
Yep.
absolutely creeps up.
Yep.
It
So
absolutely creeps up. So that's the thing as well. I'm like, what does retirement look like? And I've always said, this is going to sound crazy, but I kind of want to retire by the time I'm 50. And that's still a good, like, 8 years away.
yep.
And, when I say retire, I don't necessarily mean stop working.
No.
I just mean I want to work because I want to work, not because I absolutely have
Yeah.
to work. Otherwise, I'm going to starve. So I
Yeah.
don't know what that looks like. I don't know how I'm going to achieve it. But you know, anything can happen. That's the thing about making books. Anything can happen.
Yep.
Like a book that you didn't think was going to be a hit could be this massive hit. So you just never know.
I think I'm actually probably more likely to shift the type of artwork that I make away from kidlit to like at
More
some point
adult. Yeah.
like I don't know what it exactly entails, but at some point I would like to try to do more like portraiture and landscapes and things
Yeah.
of the sort. But
Yeah.
I'm just not the person that's out and about doing it right now because I'm in the studio for, a different need and
Work.
the
Yeah.
same location or all those variables. So,
Well, yeah.
but at some point,
There's time. There's time. And also, another thing for me as well was Kidlit was always a vehicle to other things and when I say to other things, I mean to making different types of art. So I love kidlit. A lot of people don't know this about me though. I wasn't trying to get into kidlit. Like I was going along for the ride with Nathan.
yeah,
He's my friend and I trust him and I like his work, so I was just like going along for the ride. And I never had this ambition of being like being who I am today. But what I did do was I went with it. When it presented itself,
yep.
I went with it. I wanted to see where it was going to go, and I was open to it. And I had ideas, and yeah,
It's
but
it's funny to hear that, especially like going back and thinking about the idea of you presenting a board book
yeah.
on the tortoise and the hare, to hear that like, oh, your intention wasn't to go that direction, and yet,
Well, I just really love Kidlit. Like I really, really,
yeah,
really appreciate it. But how I always, if you like look at my earlier work on Instagram, for example, it wasn't giving Kidlit at all. Like it just wasn't. Like there was so much stuff that I was exploring in my work that just had nothing to do with children's literature. It was actually very adult and very, dare I say, anime, Japanese art influenced.
okay,
You know, like so. And now I'm in the kidlit thing, and also a part of that was when we submitted the artwork for our first book, Look Up. I had committed to this art style, and I don't think I thought it all the way through because I
yeah,
didn't realize that the work that I submit is now the style that I'm expected to work in for the
Yeah.
entire book.
Yeah.
So I had to learn, and that was what the 12-hour days were about, learning how to soften my work into this appealing kind of, kidlit kind of space. Because if you look at the stuff that I'm doing even today, like I said, this Superman series of drawings, this is more in keeping. This is me letting loose. This is me just loosening up and
Yeah.
not thinking too much.
Playing a little.
Exactly.
No,
You know?
I get it. It's funny you mentioned that idea of like you're locked into a style, because there are some things that, like, I pitched or there's a book I have out on submission right now that I like the style of it, but there was a point where I was going like, do I really want to change the aesthetic to something that's more current? And when I like the basically before we submitted, I looked at the dummy book and said, oh, is this the style that I want? And I made final art for it and changed the dummy book ever so slightly to match the final art I made, so it felt more current, because I had done the dummy book so much earlier than the final art. That's that same sentiment though of like, oh, I'm not completely sold on this aesthetic.
On the style.
Yeah, and it feels very, dated to me at that time, and so I'm glad I went back and adjusted it. Who knows whether they'll take it or not? That's a different story. But
yeah, because they might now turn around and be like, yeah, this is Mark's usual
yeah,
style.
yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm working on a book in the background, not right now, but that is the first time I'm using collage, and I've been having so much fun with it.
This stuff that you're doing at the moment is incredible. Like I've been watching. Like I love the shapes that you're able to do with the collage. Like,
thank you.
And you seem to be really quick with it too. Like this, I would have been sitting here overthinking this.
It's what I've found, and I don't know if this like, I think this works for me, and I don't know if it works for everybody else, but I like to sketch with material. And so like I don't have a sketchbook. I don't maintain some sort of constant like drawing source. When I sketch, this is how I sketch. And I sort of just go straight to finish and figure it out on the fly. And so the book that I'm working on right now, I'm sort of doing that. And I told the publisher ahead of time, like, my sketches might be very different. And in fact, some of the pages have turned out, I think, better than what the sketches were, because I'm letting loose and being a little bit more playful. But it's like right now I'm just cutting out stuff. I don't know how many of these gemstones I need, but I need some. And so I'm just cutting, and we'll figure it out when we get to that point. But when you're sketching, how loose do you actually sketch versus the actual finished product? Like, is there a big difference in your mind between the two?
Yes, there is. But the thing about, okay, I'll show you how loose my sketches can be. Give me a second. I'll come out of this. Okay.
You're sketching in Procreate, I assume.
I am sketching in Procreate. So this piece here is a good example of how loose my sketches can be. So it's going to come up on screen. So like this is the final piece, okay?
Yeah.
And I've got the sketches here. So
I was going to say that's a pretty clean sketch, if that's
right. So this here, what you're looking at here, is the very first sketch, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's still pretty clean.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Compared to what I've seen some people do, some people their sketches are just almost stick figures. So this is
like this is. Can you see it?
Yeah.
That's it's about as clean as it gets, and then I clean it up. Goes to this. That's clean, completely clean. Yeah. And then the finished.
That's it. It's like my stuff. I'm trying to think of like, I have sketches.
Okay,
in front of me, but
this might be a better example here. So this was a sketch I was doing. I was doing this sketch in preparation for our session today, and I was trying to do like Link on horseback in Breath of the Wild, escaping from an ancient machine or whatever it is. And this is about Yeah. You still think this is clean?
It's cleaner than what my stuff is.
Okay, fair enough. Fair
Let me
enough.
see if I can find a sketch for like the book I'm working on and show you like
I
the.
mean, I'm not, I'm not knocking the sketches because I love them. They make sense to me, and I get across all the bits and pieces that I'm trying to get across. I don't know if that
Yeah.
makes any sense, but
No,
like because it's about figuring stuff out. So it's not about making a clean drawing. It's about energy as well with that particular horse piece. But yeah, those are the sketches, and then I think these Superman pieces are quite sketchy as well, actually. But I quite like how they've come out.
yeah, like I'm trying to find one in particular, but here I will show a secret if I can find it. I'll show you a finish versus a sketch. I just the way people sketch and how they maintain and practice is so interesting. So very um, not
Oh, I can't hear you properly, but you're coming back.
oh yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be back to the screen here.
No worries.
Um, well, I can show this. Wait, did I show this one? I think I already showed that one. Hold on, I'll see if I can find a good one that I'm trying to think of. Where are my sketches? I have ones that I've already done, and I'm trying to find the sketch drawings for them. Well, I can't find them. Okay, I'll use a different one. So, for example, my sketches are more in line. I'll hold these up. I don't want you to read what it says, but so I have something like this where it's just like a little squiggle. I don't even know if that can be seen. And then the result is over here, if I can find it. I'll show you both. So the result comes out like this. So because it's collage, the stuff is very, very different in its setup. So like she's still sort of there, but like her scale changed. It's just sort of a mock-up of like what I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's.
like to me that's like a rough sketch.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's your
yeah.
rough sketch. It
I've,
doesn't
I've
look that
seen
much
like
different.
crazy, like really rough stuff,
Mm.
and then I've seen stuff where like people lock it in so
Straight
tight.
away.
Yeah,
And it depends honestly, like because sometimes like what if I start sketching and it starts pouring out of me, I'm just gonna go with it.
yeah.
Like
I
if it becomes tighter, then I'm just gonna go with it.
Now, do you with using Procreate to do your sketching? Are you doing lots of like layers and testing of things, or because that idea of like doing a single thumbnail?
Mm.
I generally do like one or two sketches, but a lot of it's figured out in my head before I actually put it down.
Exactly.
And then it's like
Yeah.
placement. I might like move a line here or there and might move stuff around that way. But I'm just wondering with the using Procreate versus like sketching it out in a
Mm.
sketchbook is a very different setup. And do you set
Well,
up like? Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't
Go
play
ahead.
around as much as I should, if I'm going to
Okay.
be honest. I don't play around as much as I should, and that's something I'm trying to change. I don't play around as much as I should. I tend to commit too quickly.
Okay.
Well, not too quickly because the books are the books, right? But like I tend to commit quickly. So I'm trying to sort of go with the energy that I have and just bam, knock it out, get it done, get it down.
Yeah.
And there are times where if it's not working, I'm not going to force it to work. I'm just going to abandon it and go again. But I do tend to commit quite quickly. Like I tend to be like, oh, this is what I'm
That's
looking for.
yeah.
This is what I want. Boom.
Yeah, I tend to do something very similar. I'm wondering do you in the end because you're working digitally and I do the same thing of like it's on screen. But at a certain point, do you print it out to look and say, like, let me look at the totality of all those images?
No,
Or
never. I've never done that. I probably should. But what I do is I put a PDF together
okay.
and I scroll through that
Yeah. Okay.
on screen. So I think with the books especially, page turns is important. So how the page turns, how it flows from image to image is important.
Yep.
So I can visualize page turns pretty easily on screen. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that properly, but I can visualize page turns quite well on screen, and I know that there is a difference between holding the actual printed stuff and seeing how the page turn happens there. But I can visualize page turns pretty well.
No, I have the same thing. Like I don't generally print it out, but I do make a PDF so I can flip through it
Yeah,
and pay attention. But like knowing when, like, oh, that one's a spread, so this next one should probably be, like
yeah, yeah.
I block that out pretty early on, and so I don't have to like futz over it. But I know some people who like they're very very clear that they need to map it out and have it up in front of them, and et cetera, et cetera. And that's just not my cup of tea of sort.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, and also, I might come across books in the future that call for something else. You know,
Yeah,
um, I might hit a book and it requires me to do something different. And again, like I said, because I'm still just so much learning, so much newness to all of this. You know, I treat each book as its own thing. So like I don't have any apart from the thumbnailing and my character designing, I don't really have anything else that's fixed. And also because a lot of my books are character driven, you know.
yep.
Where I excel is at drawing characters, and I want to use that term loosely because there's still so much learning, but I'm very good at drawing characters so far. I could get better for sure, but I'm confident in that particular area. Like I'm very confident in that particular area. So when it comes to drawing characters, I lean into that and I really have a great time coming up with the characters that I come up with. I think Goat Girl again is a really, really great example of the character work that I do. It was so much fun coming up with the core four characters in that book. And I couldn't explain to you the process that I went through because I just did it. It just came out, you know. It was over because that book took ages. We signed that book deal in 2018, 2019,
Whoa,
and I didn't finish the book until last year.
whoa.
And that's because,
Okay.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I made like 8 other books in the time, and the publisher was graceful enough to give me time. They kept pushing the deadline, which was so, good of them. And I love them for that because it allowed me to produce the book that I ended up
Yeah.
producing.
Now, was the author worried?
Um,
The
I don't think
front.
so. I think Tracy was cool as well.
Okay.
I'd known Tracy remotely. We know each other online for a little while, so she was cool. And again, everybody gave me so much grace in the making of that book, and I like to think that the grace that was afforded me is why we ended up with the book that we ended up with.
I worked on a book, or not on a book. I worked on a book. Well, yeah, okay, we'll say it this way. I worked on a book with a publisher. They came to me with another offer down the line and said, "Hey, we really want you to work on this second book," and I was happy to. At the time, I was very much like, "Yeah, let's do it." And then I told them my time frame, and it wasn't much. It was probably like 6 months later, but the author was adamant that they wanted it done earlier, and so they ended up offering it to someone else. And I was a bit perplexed in that situation. Like, why is it that important that it comes out? Or, I mean, there may have been some other issue, but from what they told me, it was the author, and I'm kind of glad I didn't work on it in the end.
Mm.
There's reasoning why I'm glad it didn't work
Yeah.
out, but the idea of just like literally a 6 month delay was too much for that author, and they sided with
I
the
mean,
change.
everybody has their own
Yeah,
schedules, right? So that's the thing that I've come to learn. Everybody has their own schedules, and the authors are always working on something else. But for me, I think in that particular thing that you're talking about, again, not to get all spiritual, I just kind of feel like that job was not your job.
yep,
That just wasn't meant for you. Like it just wasn't meant for you. Like, and also, yeah, bullet dodged
yeah,
because
yeah.
any author that doesn't have that
Respect my time.
patience,
Yeah,
yeah, like what is this? This is a collaborative endeavor. Like what is this? If because I think I've been fortunate and maybe spoilt in this respect. Like I get any author that kind of wants me as the illustrator, they're willing to
yep,
wait.
yeah.
Like
It's
they're willing to wait.
I'm glad. Like, look at what came out of it and whatnot, and thinking back to it, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't say I dodged a bullet, but
I would say you did. I'll say it
I
for
would
you.
say, as you said, it was sort of manifest destiny that uh, the time frame that I gave them did not work out in favor of it. So, um,
I'll say it for you. You dodged a bullet. Like yeah, I'm very, very particular about that kind of stuff.
yeah,
Like, just if you came to me, I didn't come to you. I was minding my business. You
yeah,
came here, you asked for me, and I gave you my time. And, not to say that people have to wait on you. They don't have to. But there is something to be said for the way that people kind of handle that.
yeah.
Like, you know,
They could have been cooler about it than what they were.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
with with all these drawings that you're working on here of Superman, is this stuff that you would post online, or is this stuff that you would? Is this for personal?
I don't know if I'm gonna post this. I have this thing with the bloody apps at the moment, man. I try not to post too much on these apps because Meta especially is just all about training everything
Yeah.
they can, training their AI on everything that they can for
Yep.
free. And I just have a thing about just not making it easy for them to do that with my work. So I haven't decided. I'll probably post it in a story post or something just to kind of tell people to come, to come and watch the live.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this is gonna. But I think I just wanted to do some, some superhero studies. Because I have this comic book festival that I'm going to be tabling at later on in the year. It's Thought Bubble Comic Book Festival, and it's so much fun. I did it a couple of years ago, and I realized that I do not have any superhero kind of
Mm.
artwork.
Yep.
I don't have any superhero artwork, and I was looking at like what kind of stuff can I do that is in my wheelhouse of things that I enjoy drawing, and people might spend some money on. And Supes and Fantastic Four are like the big superhero draws of the year, in terms of movies and stuff. And I think what I want to do is I want to do, these Superman drawings are coming out quite nice. I quite like them, but I want to go for a more maybe kidlit inspired
Super.
version.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Teen Titans Go kind of cartoony version of what I'm doing here today. Like these drawings were just to get me familiar with drawing the character. And then when I do revisit this, I'm going to get focused, get locked in, and start drawing like a version that better kind of represents where I want
Well, I
where I
wonder.
want things to go.
You would probably know this way more than I do. But there's got to be some kid superheroes in some of those universes, right? Like
Yeah, yeah,
there's
there are.
Superboy or I'm trying to think
Damian
of like
Wayne, Batman's son, Damian Wayne, the current Robin, he's like a kid
yeah.
superhero kind of thing. There are
I mean, I know
there are
Teen
there are kid
Titans is
superheroes.
teens, but I'm thinking like, are there any even like younger?
Younger, they tend not to be many. I'm sure if I like dug deep, I'd find
Yeah.
some, but they tend not to be many. They're not that, yeah, it's not that big a thing. But what I'm kind of thinking about is like, I would love the chance to on my take on one of these properties one day. So this is me getting, you know,
Get
get
ready.
getting some practice in.
I'm always trying to figure out the line of like putting up other people's, like it would be fun to draw Superman and stuff. Like even today I was thinking like, should I do something like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or
Oh God, I was gonna do them as well. I
yeah.
was gonna do them as well. Yeah, I was thinking about that because they're my go-to people. Like I love the Turtles.
And so like, but at the same time I'm also hesitant about sort of fan art and all these other things that come into play there. And so like I shy away from it most of the time, but every once in a while I will do something like that for like a gallery show or
Mm.
odds and ends. But um, There's part of me that
One
wants to go
thing,
like find those
yeah,
deep dive characters that have been in like, you know, mentioning some of the ones that we were talking about there of characters that are younger kids that I could try to like squeeze into the portfolio at some point.
mm,
But um, I personally don't have the patience, I don't think, for doing a graphic novel long term. My brain needs more change on a regular basis than that.
yeah,
And so,
I'm gonna let you know how it goes,
yeah, exactly.
because I think I have a fear that I might not have the patience either, but I'm gonna have to develop it.
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm gonna let you know how it goes. But the way that I've looked at it is this is gonna be a long form drawing experiment in that I want to see how I create a world and keep evolving said world. You
yeah.
know, this world building is something I love. I love world building. It's a huge part of the draw of illustration for me. Like, and you know, this hair is going to be, yeah, an opportunity to see how I do that.
Test the waters, and if it doesn't work, it's okay. It's
Yeah, if it
not.
doesn't work, you know, we can always laugh and joke about that
Yep,
one time I tried to make a graphic novel. Like,
yep.
so yeah,
There's been
yeah.
there's been instances in my career where there was a one-off. I won't, not necessarily in kidlit or anything of the sort, but things where I tried something and
It
it
didn't
seemed
work,
to be cool
but
one
like
instance, but
that's
another.
well,
Yeah,
that's the whole reason why we call it a career, right? Like it's supposed to be us trying stuff and
yep.
figuring out stuff, and you know, it's not supposed to be this linear thing.
I'm trying to
Like,
do
so
all
yeah.
these little jewel patterns here, which are frustratingly slow.
Hmm.
Let me hop back on there. Oh, there we go. My feed keeps dropping, but it's not our feed. It's literally my iPad
It,
keeps like falling asleep.
it seems okay. I'm watching it I've got us up on my screen at the same time,
Okay.
so it seems okay
Yeah, I
from
think
here.
if my iPad is falling asleep or something of the sort. Like it's a very old iPad that struggles
Uh,
in these situations. So,
hmm.
um, and then are there? I know that I don't want to take too much of your time here, but I wanted to ask real quick. Like, are there any things coming up after Goat Girl? Wait, what's the official title? Is it just
Super
Super
Goat
Goat
Girl.
Girl? There we
Yeah.
go. Okay. Are there any projects after that have been announced that you can talk about?
Well, there's this the
Yeah.
graphic novel hasn't been announced, so I shouldn't even be talking about that. But it is what it is. But my first picture book as an author illustrator is due next year. So like my first fully authored and illustrated picture book. So up until this point, I've only ever written for other people to illustrate or illustrate for other people. So this is my first time coming out with my own um yeah, my own thing, my own full project. So
So
that's
is it already
due.
illustrated? Like, have you already done all the pictures?
That's what I'm doing thumbnails for. So that's what I'm working
Oh,
on.
okay.
Yeah, so it's that's what I'm working on at the moment. It's super fun to work on. Just figuring out some things, figuring out the story. Yeah, just kind of building my confidence as a storyteller. Or rebuilding my confidence as a storyteller, because it is, you know, as liberating as it is to have full control over something, it's also all on you. And I don't think I appreciated what that meant at the time. Like I was very much like, yeah, I can't wait to, like, you know, do my own
Yeah.
thing, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as I was doing my own thing, I'm like, oh my god, this is all on me, this is so hard. So yeah, so that's going to be coming out next year. Just finishing it up now, or well, roughing it out and working my way through it now. So it's probably going to come out September next year, by the looks of things.
Okay.
Yeah, so working on that. Also writing picture books, hopefully for other illustrators too. I have this thing where I really, really, really want to work with other illustrators. I want to work with some of the people that I've grown up admiring all these years. Like, you know, it would be nice to have the opportunity to work with some of them. And yeah, I'm hoping that the work, the stuff that I've put out there gets picked up.
Is there is it stuff that you intend for a specific illustrator, or is it something that just
Yep. So I try my best to write what I know that people like to illustrate.
Okay.
Like I try my bit because that can be tough sometimes. But you know, I've actually approached some illustrators and just asked, hey, do you want to work with me? And they're like, yeah, I'd love to. And you know, I've sent them sort of text for them to look at. And I've tried my best to I've tried to kind of guess a little bit. I don't know if that's the right term to use, but I've tried to guess, what they might like. And it's very much a collaborative thing. So if they turn around and say, "Oh, could we change this? Could we change that?" I'm cool with it. I'm absolutely cool with it because I'm gonna give what I would want from an author, which is free and full collaboration. Like egos have no
Check them at the door.
Exactly. Excuse my language, but egos have no place
Yeah.
there. Like, they have
Wait, did you
no
say,
place there.
excuse my language, but egos have no place here?
I swore. You probably didn't hear
Oh,
it.
I didn't hear it. That's how, like, I don't think that's bad to say. I
No,
don't know what you just said.
I swore.
Oh, okay.
I dropped an F
Oh,
bomb
that's fine.
and you didn't hear it, so it's
Yeah.
okay.
I mark these
Yeah.
YouTubes or on YouTube as not for kids to allow people to lay into their swearing if they need. So
If they need to,
yeah.
Okay, cool.
So feel
It's just
free.
one F bomb.
Yeah.
It's one F bomb. The kids will be
Yep.
okay.
Yep. They'll survive.
They'll survive.
I didn't even ask this question up front, but do you have kids?
No, I do not have kids, not yet. I'd like to. I'd like to be a parent, but yeah, if it happens, it happens. It's very much that kind of thing.
It's one of those ones where it's always. I love to hear about sort of how people's perception of the industry change when they
had a kid,
or when they're confronted by is a weird way to phrase it, but confronted by a kid, and sort of like my kid is 12 now, so he's way past kidlit, or picture books rather, and so like there was a point where like, oh, I was his hero because I would go to his school and talk to his classmates about picture books, and now he's at a point where like that's not cool anymore.
It's not cool anymore.
Yeah. He doesn't want dad showing up to talk about things at any point now. So it's but it does. There's weird sort of like, in my opinion, weird takeaways from having access to essentially someone that is your audience right in front of you, and they can be very harsh and hit you pretty hard with some critique. That's for that.
I don't have kids, but my first picture book was based on my niece, and that was interesting. She humbled me real quick. You know, she played that down for the longest period of time. Like it was the most uncool thing when she was in primary school, because she was 5 at the time that we made the book. So like it was the most uncool thing. Like her classroom had the book, one of her teachers found out, and it just became a thing. Yeah. But it was the most uncool thing. Like, and then I think at some point something switched and it became the coolest thing. Like she just dropped it in conversation that, yeah, characters based on me kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, she humbled me real quick. Like,
yeah, it's what's funny is even the humbling is not like the stuff that I've experienced is not a that sucks or anything of the sort. It's just
no, it's just that that's not a big deal.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, here I was thinking it was, but
like
thank you.
I've shown stuff to my son, and he just kind of goes, "Oh, okay." And it's like, "Oh, I just spent hours, and I thought you'd really love this."
Right? I thought this was the coolest thing in the world, and now you have just told me it's okay.
I'll survive. Yeah. I'll survive. I'm an adult. I can pick up.
And
then I just really
pick up my ego. Pick up my ego, and I've been like, give me more than it's okay. And she's like, what do you want me to say? It's okay. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I'll back off. But
so it doesn't have unicorns, and it doesn't have the things that you like.
Oh, she is not even a unicorn girl at all. She's very just like, I don't. My niece is her own person, and I love her for that. Like, I think she doesn't give approval easily, it can be frustrating because it kind of makes me have to check myself. I'm like, why do I need this approval so badly? Like, but yeah, she's a cool kid. Like, she's a real cool kid. Like, I'm like, why do I need this approval so badly? Like, yeah.
Let's see. Oh man, I just realized we've gone we're at 5:36 here. So you've been on for 3.5 hours.
That's all right. I'm gonna finish this last drawing and then I'm
Oh,
gonna call it an evening.
well, I'm
Yeah.
not saying you got to go. I'm just I wasn't. I've been having so much fun that I haven't really even like tracked the time.
I completely lost track because remember me saying I'm gonna do 1 hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's 2.5 hours later. Like
This has happened many a times with folks that it just you get chatting and you just lose track of you're just
if
making.
I'm being honest, I needed this because I have not really been drawing for myself a lot lately.
Yeah.
So this is
Good.
very, very welcome.
And it's
Like this is very, very welcome.
the other thing that comes out of it too that I think a lot of people have said is that we're also very solitary in this industry.
Yep.
And having someone to talk to on a regular basis or having someone that you can just have a conversation with while you're working. Do you have a crit group?
I do not, but I'm absolutely trying to start one. I just hit someone up today to be a part of it. So I've collected like 6 of my favorite kidlit people. And you know, they've all kind of their careers are as young as mine. And I've just been watching their careers. Some of them worked on Hey You with me, and I'm trying to sort of create like a small collective of us just for that purpose, to be able to offer each other a support system and a network.
Yeah.
So yeah, so not so much a crit group yet, but if it's there, if people want it to be that.
Yeah, yeah. Like my yesterday and probably tomorrow I'll hop on. There's a Discord that I'm part of that there's a bunch of fellow illustrators on, and people just hop on and talk about all sorts of things. And it's not even art. Like they'll post stuff about art, but it's talking about politics, talking about life, talking about kids, whatever it is. And it's nice to have that sort of outlet to chat with folks.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to develop that with this group of people, and you know, if it does kind of yield any other fruit, then that's great too, because I think it could do. Yeah, I think it has potential. So
yeah. And then have you you said that like your agent went to Bologna. Wait, first of all, who is your agent?
This lovely person called Sally Ann Sweeney. The agency is called Mulcahy Sweeney and Associates. So yeah, it's a really cool agency, but she's amazing, absolutely amazing.
We do research before for like ads and stuff, and we didn't run across it, and so I will make sure that I try to post that to her. So
I'll send you a link.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link.
It just somehow we didn't find it at some point, and we were a little confused.
I probably don't have it up. Like I probably don't have it up.
Oh, you got.
I don't know.
I mean, people contact you, I assume, and then you send it off to.
Well, people contact her. Like I think it's quite well known in the publishing industry who she is and that she represents me. So people contact her, and oh god, it's such a weird thing because I don't have a website, and I get a lot of people like, you know, shoot me down for this, but I just haven't had the time to sit down and put the kind of website together that I would like.
If you're
and
making, you don't necessarily, and you're getting contracts like
exactly.
I mean,
and this is the thing,
but it's not today.
Well, this is what I've told myself, and it's very much like, okay, yeah, cool, at some point, yeah, but like right now it's not something that I think I need, because work is still coming in very regularly. So
it's also
and
it's a pain to maintain sometimes too. So it's
right. So there's that, and I do not need any additional pain right now. So there's all of that stuff. So, but people really get onto me about this, like, how come you don't have a website? And I'm like, hey, look, I'm fortunate enough to have production schedules that date well into 2030 and beyond. So I'm okay with not having a website for now.
2030?
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at you! Look at you!
Yeah, Mr. Employed. That's me at the moment. But yeah, I mean, as you know, these schedules are like just production schedules. So like, as in publication schedules, sorry. But like, yeah, I could finish the work, in a couple of years, and it won't be out until 2030. But because I don't have that problem of finding work, and I associate having a website with finding work, and because I'm not looking for work at the moment, I'm kind of putting that off. But I do also want to have. I was waiting for the day when I have my author illustrator stuff, so that that can have a home,
Yeah.
and I can have the website that's catered towards my characters. And that's not to say that the other stuff won't be on there. It all will be on there, but I just wanted it to have more of a, I don't know, like when the sort of artwork for the middle grade kind of graphic novel gets finished, I wanted it to have its own home, and I wanted the website to be sort of thematic as well. Like,
No, it's. I mean, I have my website. Like, I don't update the portfolio as much as I probably should, but it is a resource for like librarians to find all of my books in a very convenient manner.
yeah,
Besides, Google or whatever it may be. I did notice,
yeah.
and I got to ask you about this. You have a Wikipedia page.
Someone set that up for me. I don't know the person. Thank you for that. But yeah, I don't think it's been updated in a while. I haven't checked it in a while. I haven't checked it. I think I checked it the one time actually, to be honest. But yeah, somebody messaged me and they were like, I took the liberty of setting up a Wikipedia page for you. And I was like, oh, thanks. Um, I was so stunned because this has been up for 4 years now.
Yeah.
Like, I was very stunned because, again, at the time they set this page up, who even was I? Like, I just, like, why are you doing this? But I get it. It's important to have something out there that people can find that tells them a bit about yourself. But yeah,
I mean, if someone's listening right now and wants to set up a Wikipedia
wiki
for me, yeah, they're more than welcome, as long as it says accurate stuff.
Right. This is the thing. I had to check it. Like, I'm like, okay, it's accurate. The stuff that it's not entirely accurate on is just me being a stickler for details. But yeah, it's accurate. It's accurate. But yeah, it was interesting seeing that. Like, and I'm like, wow, somebody took the time to
It was just some
do that.
person, though. It wasn't like someone, like, it wasn't a publisher or something like that.
No, it was a very random person. Yeah, it was a random person, and they took the time to do that, and I appreciate it. Like, it's, I've received a lot of support and a lot of love from just areas unexpected over the last decade and a half, and it's the kindness of strangers is the saying, right?
Now, you don't have someone sitting outside your window right now watching you.
Nobody knows where I live.
Wikipedia.
So nobody knows where I live.
Okay,
So that's definitely a great thing. Like, listen, I am so, what's the word? Not paranoid, but just like very, very aware of how parasocial relationships can be in the times that we currently find ourselves in. So nobody knows where I live. Like, nobody. Even some of my friends don't know where I live.
Okay. I don't want you to have some stalker, and that's the person.
No. If I do, I mean, good for them, but nobody knows where I live. Like, nobody knows where I live. I'm not about to have any, and there's like two doors between me and any guests, like two security coded doors between me and any guests. So
I mean,
it's
somewhere in Manchester. I know that.
Somewhere in Manchester, but it's a big city, like you established earlier. So yeah, good luck with that.
It's one of those things where, like, well, okay, let me ask you. Do you end up getting a lot of folks reaching out to you online with sort of, whether it be praise or things of the sort? Or, I mean, you said, like, meta is not necessarily your favorite thing, which is completely understandable, and I fully support your challenge to that. But I'm wondering, do you have a lot of interaction with folks? Since you don't have the website, do you have a lot of interaction with folks on social media?
Tons of interaction, tons and tons of interaction. And it used to be so good. Like, Meta used to be quite amazing for that. Like, one of the great things about making books was just getting all this stuff from parents and readers, sharing their kids with your books, talking about how much the books mean to them, and the impact just being able to sort of track that, like for the first, I think, 6 years or so of this, like, no, wait, we're in year six. For the last 4 or 5 years or so, I think it's been almost a daily thing for me to receive something from somebody,
Oh,
on one of the books. And again, many times, I don't say this often, but many times that's the reason why I'm still doing this, because, people are letting me know that this work connects with them. They're letting me know that they're reading the books. They're letting me know that they're picking stuff up. So yeah, many times that's the only thing that's kind of keeping me um, going. Apart from the fun of storytelling is fun, but that's definitely something that's just keeping me going. And I have a lot of engagement. Some of it, it's not always great because, there's a lot of asks
yeah.
that come through as well. A lot of people asking, can you illustrate my book? Can you do this? Can you? I'm like, no. And it's not for nothing. I'm actually overwhelmed with how much work I have at the moment. So there is that. But yeah, I mean, social media has been a great tool for connecting with readers, connecting with people who buy the book, and giving back to people as well. That's something I try to do a lot of online. I try to give back. I try to have competitions. I try to do so many different things to just, yeah, to give back.
Yeah, no,
Right.
it's one of those. Some people love the social media thing. Like I get requests all the time for now, which admittedly I'm not super psyched about. Where people are like, "Can you review my portfolio?" And it's like
Yeah,
I
that's your job.
yeah.
So it's like, this is
Well,
work. I do that
part
for a living.
part of it is I do the mentorship stuff, and it's like I can, but I don't do this for free. And so like
Yeah,
give me some sense of
some incentive,
yeah,
something.
yeah, like so it can be a little tricky, but we get there. I'm trying to figure
Hmm.
out how I want to do these eyebrows and eyes on this guy, and I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Is that like a? Oh, he's a robber.
Yeah. He's stealing. He's gonna have big eye like pupils in here because he's got these giant glasses on,
I quite
and there's.
like the glasses with nothing on them though.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I can keep them white.
it's got like a
I didn't
really
think about
cool
that.
shape thing going on.
That makes my life so much easier because I don't have to deal.
But
I
do
can
you
just put
see it?
eyebrows all day. Yeah, it feels more mole like
Yeah.
that way. So I'll put in some crazy eyebrows and sort of call it at that. Um, thank you. That made my life easier. See, this is the critique that we need. We need someone to come in and say, "You're working too much. You're thinking too much. Just make something that's fun." Uh,
Yeah, man, I like that because you've got all these cool shapes going on, and I love that kind of break that white the lenses give you, that lovely
yeah,
white space.
I got to make sure that they're pure white in there too, so that they like really are stark in comparison. How often do you get to sketch?
Not as often as I would like. I think this is the problem again. It's like whenever I'm sketching, it's always for work. So I never really get to sketch for me. And I need to make more time to sketch for me.
Yeah,
Like, definitely need to make more time because I miss that so much, man. But yeah, whenever I'm sketching, it's always for work. And this is why I'm looking forward to Thought Bubble, the comic festival. I want to, I want to take the time to create some artwork for fun. And this is another thing as well. You said something about fan art
mm-hmm.
earlier. I have a newfound appreciation for fan art. Like I haven't done fan art since I was a kid. Proper fan art. Like I don't know. I think I did a little bit of drawing. Way back in 2014. I don't know if you remember this thing on Twitter called Sketch Dailies.
Sounds familiar. I don't remember what's the protocol for it because I know
So
there's.
Sketch Dailies was like each day there'd be a different
Okay.
prompt, and everybody would draw the prompt and hashtag Sketch Dailies. And for a while, I think around 2013, 2014, it was so big on Twitter. And then it had like a good year, and I built like a nice little solid core of friends and followings and stuff using that. And they would repost and reshare your work, and people would just like your work and
Yeah.
reshare it as well. And it was just a really cool thing. And that was the first time that I really got into doing fan art. And then I stopped when that died out. And I recently picked it up again with some X-Men drawings that I did a little while ago. And yeah, I think I've underestimated how much learning can come from doing fan art.
Wait,
Like these are
you're
established characters.
you're an X-Men fan, huh? Have you watched
Oh,
the X-Men
97?
cartoon?
Of
The
course.
new
I just got the art book the other day, X-Men 97. The
yeah.
book is the cartoon show is amazing. I'm gonna rewatch it at some point, but it's an amazing, yeah, it's just an amazing way that they've picked it back up.
My wife, I think, gets annoyed with me because I hear that song. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I hear that
Hmm.
song in every, like, I'll be listening to some other song and then all of a sudden I'll hear that and start to sing it. And she gets annoyed because it's not the song that we're supposed to be listening to. But that song is so iconic to like my youth, that gets tied to it, that the original X-Men. I have not seen the X-Men 97 minus like little clips. I haven't sat down to watch it, but I do want to watch it at some point because I love that original show, and I was a big X-Men fan, as probably most everybody was in the 90s at that point. So
Yeah, it was a huge show. Like it was an absolutely huge show, and it was such a good show as well. Like, yeah, it
I'm
was such a
hoping,
good show.
I'm just hoping that they can bring back, like, I'm not a big comic book um, fanatic at this point, but I sure hope that they can bring back like a good X-Men movie or something of the sort at some point that is not trash. Uh,
I almost want them to leave it alone.
yeah, they
I
probably should.
almost want them to leave it alone because Marvel have, I think Marvel have had their heyday with stuff. I kind of just want them to stop now,
Yeah.
like, because yeah, because one thing that they did miss a beat on that just annoys me so much is did you ever watch the Werewolf by Night?
Uh, yes. Yeah.
What did you think of that?
Now I didn't know the original comic, so
Oh,
I don't have anything to compare it to.
which is good, which is actually good.
Yeah,
So, what did you think of it on its own, as its own thing?
it was okay. I was not like this is the best thing in the world or anything of the sort. Well,
Well, that
you must.
for me, that probably came because I love the comic and I love that. I love that kind of spooky side of Marvel and DC. And I think Marvel is absolutely missing a trick because they're not tapping into that. The Blade movie was supposed to come out, that got delayed in perpetuity, and then it's just not being made
Yeah,
anymore. And they're just completely missing a trick because that Werewolf by Night was so fun. It was so much fun. And I really wanted to see them kind of lean into that, flesh it out some more, and do some more stuff with it. But I don't think they are. And I think they're missing a beat. I think that stuff would be exciting to see on TV, but they're not going to do that.
I thought
And I think yeah,
the new
good.
mutants. I wanted them to do a good job. They like trashed that one. In my
Right.
like I didn't.
So it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't
Yeah,
great either. Like it was mediocre and not in a fun way. Like it was just mid. And New Mutants was I think my one of my earliest introductions into the X universe was the New Mutants comics, the old
yep.
ones from the 80s. Like I loved New Mutants, like absolutely loved them. And I think I still have some of the comics in my room somewhere. But yeah, seeing what they did with those characters, I don't know. And I'm like, it's not hard to get these things right. It's really not that hard. Like it's weird. I mean, the comic book exists, it's like a whole script. It's right
Yeah,
there for you.
don't make it up. You have something that's already pre-written. Yeah,
Literally, source material is right there. There's a reason why 300 was so good. There's a reason why Sin City, the first one, was so good because they literally followed the comic panel for
yeah,
panel, you know?
yeah.
So, yeah.
Well,
But
we'll see how Superman goes. That's
yeah. Do you know what? Let me book my ticket. I'm just keep forgetting. I'm going to book my ticket
yeah.
tonight.
That's
Yeah, I'm going to catch that tomorrow.
I think we just got our tickets today. So, and we rarely see a movie on the day or like when it releases of sorts, but that is one that we will go see.
Yeah, I'm going to catch an early viewing tomorrow while the cinema's empty. But listen, Mark, I am going to call it an evening. Thank
Okay.
you so
Yeah.
much for having me on
Here, let me.
this.
I'll switch down to my shoot here. Oh, am I blurry again? I hope I'm not blurry. I might be a little bit blurry.
Doesn't look so now.
Okay. It may be just the feed coming into my house.
Let me turn my camera around.
There we go. Uh, thank you so much. This has been lovely. I will say that like it's going to be a weird compliment, but sometimes when I do this, it's an awkward conversation right at the beginning, sort of like, who are you? How are we doing this? Etc. And you were so smooth at just like jumping in and being like, I'm ready to go.
Oh,
And I was very appreciative of that. That we didn't have to do a lot of, or didn't have to do a lot of coaching to get stuff out of you in the process. So I really
right.
appreciate you taking the time to do that and conversing so well during this.
You're welcome. Honestly, I wasn't sure how I was gonna be. 'Cause I don't draw and talk like
Oh,
very much, but like I think I was concerned that I was gonna be like botching up my drawings because I wasn't focusing. But I think because it didn't matter and it's not work, it's just
yeah.
fun. I think I was able to let go. So thank you. I actually needed that. So thank you so much.
You did
But yeah,
a fabulous job, and I will. The only request I have for you is if you do post this stuff later, tag me so I can. It pops up automatically in my feed.
I will do. I will do. I definitely
Let's see.
will. I
So
definitely will. I'll have a little think about it, sleep on it, wake up tomorrow morning and decide.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
You
thank
don't
you so
have to.
much.
You don't have
No,
to. I get
I'll
it.
have a think about it. I mean, they're throwaway drawings,
Yeah.
really. So like, yeah, the internet could have them. Whoever wants to train their AI can train their AI
Yeah.
on them.
There you go.
Like, yeah.
So,
All right,
anyways, I
Mark,
appreciate
take
it.
care, buddy.
Thank you so
All
much.
right,
All right. Talk to you
take
later.
care.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Bye.
All right, folks. Oh, my ceiling. I don't know why it's that important to me that I don't people don't see my ceiling. I got maybe just a few more minutes. And I'm gonna finish up this guy because I'm getting close. I don't want to do too much to it. But I'm gonna jump back down to the downshoot. If you have questions, throw them in the comments for me, and I will try to answer the best I can. Um, Otherwise, that was a lovely time talking with Dapo Adeola. Again, who let me grab the book up here. So these Rocket Says books is a look up is an amazing, very cute book that if you can get your hands on, go grab that. And then the next one that's coming out, Super Goat Girl, comes out next week in the U.S. on Tuesday, I believe. I'd have to double check. I think he said Tuesday. But go grab that. Otherwise, I'm gonna switch to my downshoot. If you have questions, holler, and I'll just keep working away until this is done. All right, boom, switch, back we go. I'm getting close. I'm basically doing some shadowing and some pencil work, and so hopefully that is coming out okay. I'm just watching my feed. It does look a little blurry. Hopefully it corrects itself. We'll find out. I see my wife just said that she's looking forward to Super Goat Girl, and so am I. I am looking forward to it as well. She doesn't get to just say that. I get to say it too. So I'm just trying to put shadows underneath some of these gemstones to make them sort of float a little better. And then I'm going to come in here and put in some of the pencil work that I love to do on these. There we go. This a little bit sharper. I'm going to put some brighter white spots on some of these to sort of make them pop a little bit more. Sounds like my wife got my son even though she forgot. Well, ready? I'm going to call up to him real quick. Oh, I see my wife just said she's going to let him be on the iPad for 30 minutes as an apology. Lauren, if you're listening to this, did you get there super late? Did you have to pay extra? She was so caught up in our conversation that she forgot that she had a son. That's how I'm chalking it up to. I'll give her a pass. Whether my son does is a different story. Could have sworn my alarm to pick him up was on. I didn't have to pay. Good. All right. I'm going to tell everybody this is a side note that is a real marker for me on wanting to work on a project or enjoying a project and it's going well. Is I'm excited about actually working on the book that I'm working on right now. And it sounds bad because it sounds like I'm not always on others, but by this point in other books, it becomes a process. It's sort of just like, okay, I'm filling in. I have certain things I got to do, and I just got to get them done. But because I'm doing collage stuff, I still feel like I'm playing, which is really was the goal of doing the collage stuff with book stuff. Eventually, is that it can be a little bit more playful, and so I'm very excited that it seems to be working out that way for me. Let's put it that way. Let me get this mustache a little more dense. Bring it out there. Do I have a sharper? I do have a little bit of a sharper one. Let it come to a point. I'm trying to decide if I want to put any like hair on the top of the head or anything of this sort, but right now I don't think I need to, but I could if it came down to it. Oh, I don't like that line. I don't need that line. I know, Lauren, it was good. I was making a joke, but I really meant that it was good. I'm not saying it was bad of any sort. I actually am impressed that you can put up with hearing me say the same stuff over and over and talking so much when you have to put up with it on a regular basis outside of Gavin Doodle. That's the nutty part. Make this extra dark here. To make that arm feel like it's going up there. I'm going to draw some sort of lab coat looking elements there. I need to do shadows. I'm trying to figure out what color to do. Actually, this is pretty good. Let's get some shadows underneath these. Legs and feet there. La 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 la. Little highlights on the cheeks. Kind of rosy. Go. And now I'm going to start just doing some other little touches. Actually, you know what I want to do first because they've been bothering me this whole time. This stupid gemstone bit that's hanging off the edge there has been flipping around the whole time. And it's been bothering me. Teacher Marin, thank you. I know the I-beams have come out. Originally they were going to be yellow, but I like this sort of pink-esque I-beam. I'm going to do a few little bits of stuff that comes out there. The only little question I have, and maybe someone could answer this for me, is do I need this? Let me see if I can do this. Do I need a little thing of this on this side, or is it like, no, I don't need that, because it doesn't look like a gemstone. It looks like a gemstone, or it looks like something else. And so I want to disconnect from that. That's fine. Okay. So the other stuff I want to do, I want to add little touches. Do I have any other another game and doodle coming up? Good question. We should be organizing one. We have not planned one out. There needs to be one. It's a matter we're trying to do one every 3 months, and so another one is probably due. And it's a question of who do we want to have in it. I know that we wanted to get who is it that we wanted to do it? My wife is listening. Maybe she can remember. But there was someone who we talked about the last time that was not. Ruth Chan, I think, was the person that we were saying that would be fun to have on, and they just couldn't make the time frame that we had to do the last one, the dates that were available, and so we can probably reach out again and say, hey, are you interested? So if Ruth Chan is listening to this of any sort, has any interest, then that would be wonderful. I'll start. I don't know if that's enough. I've been thinking that we need to schedule and have some ideas of who to invite. We need new game ideas. Juliana Perdomo, Chan. Yeah, there's lots of folks that we should get involved. We also need to schedule another agent one too. I have some ideas of who we can talk to on that. Let's see. This hand is that way, but it's weird. It's the thumb. So this is the thumb. That's the pointer finger. So this would be, yeah, I don't want that to look too much like it's going across there, so that's fine. I intentionally want that hand to look weird because he's being zapped. Maybe I'll give him some little ear hair too. Little ear hairs coming out. Okay. And then the only other thing I think that would be good, if I can get it, is making this a little bit more pronounced of a mouth. Getting that black in there a little bit more. And then touching up some of the cape here. But I'm going to keep this relatively simple like this. So make some images to go along with the general request for more drawing game ideas. Wait, maybe you could make some image to go along. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. I get you. Yes, I could probably do that at some point. I do want do I have a blue pencil that's that blue? If I do, I would like it. That's not it. It's a little bit on the purpley side. I just don't know if I have that color. That's good. That's a good one. Just get some little fine tuning in here. These have the tiniest little bit of white paint right there. I want to see if I can scrape off there. Looks like I did it. And then I do have a color up here that's pretty good for. It's not pure white, but it gives some little textures and stuff into this. Let's get a few other little scrapity blippity blops here and some of these. Tone those down a touch. Don't need them to be as strong. And where was it? There we go. Okay. Let's see how that works for the time being. So there's some things I changed from the original, and you will see in just a second. I'm gonna get my pencils all put away and make sure I don't need some of these pencils because they came from a different set. There we go. I have my pencils set up right now, and there's a jar over here that are the pencils that I'm using for the project I'm working on currently. Ooh, and that paint was also not part of it. So this is the color palette pencils of the book I'm working on right now. And then I have my other color pencils that are over here to the side. And so it's a matter of, I don't want to mix them because then I'll forget which colors go where. That would be bad. It'd be very bad. I'll do one last little. Pass of white paint to try to get rid of some of that streakiness that's in those lenses there. There we go. Okay. Oh. Let's see what I'll do. Get some little stuff up in these arms. And a little. Ooh, I don't want to draw a bulge. I was trying to put some texture in. I didn't want a bulge there. That would have been bad. Okay, let me clean up the space here. Get this stuff all packed away. Isn't it lovely? I have sheets of paper I didn't even touch for this project that are over there. I think I can throw all that away. All the scraps there. Let me just see if there's anything else that's over here I need to be mindful of. There we go. Okay. So let's clean off this space and put it on the final presentation board so everybody can see it. And we will stop for the day. That was a color from back here. Get all my colors where they go. Ba-ba-ba-bum, be-ba-ba-bum. Be-be-be-be-bum-bum-bum-bum. So I'm gonna do this. That's a good scrap. I can hold on to that one. Move that out of the way. This is my, let me scoop all this up and throw it in the trash scooper. Even though it's the sketch, There we go. My trash out. I put that sketch back up there so people can see it. And let me go grab that blackboard. Put it on. Okay. It always looks so much better when you put it on the board like this, without all the scraps and everything around it. So here's what I'll do. I will get in tighter on it. See if I can level this out a little bit better for us. There we go. There's my sketch up top, and then the finish underneath. And I can, let's see if I can zoom in on some of these little like bits and pieces. I'll try to hold it on this for the last second, like so. All right, everybody. So here's the deal. We have Gavin Doodle today with Dapo Adeola. Next week, I am not going to be having a Gavin Doodle. I will be away on Thursday. But the following week, we will be back with folks. It's a matter of I get a week off. Yeah, because I'll be away. Yeah. It's rare that happens, but it is happening. So otherwise, I will see you all in 2 weeks for another lovely Gavin Doodle. On that, we will have... sorry, give me a second. I'm just pulling some up in the background. So that week we will have... Now, I am going to massacre this one, but how do you have any guess, Lauren? I really don't know. Like, is it Moika Novak? It's the first name's a chat. Novak, I'm pretty sure I can manage, but so we will have them on the 24th. Did you spell out their handle? Oh, their handle, yes, is MOCCL. Wait, no, I can't even see it from here. Yeah, MOCCULERE. Moculari. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Does amazing work. Very excited to have them on. They did a lovely picture book called Pico Paco that we're excited to have them on as a guest, but that will be in 2 weeks on July 24th at 2 p.m. Following that, we do have Justin Worsley on July 31st at 2 p.m. and then we'll be having a whole nother month. Oh man, we keep going and going. Otherwise, you all have a lovely evening. I will see you all in 2 weeks. Bye. Teacher Marin, thank you. I will enjoy the time off. Bye, everybody. Love ya. Hugs and kisses.